is to provide clarity around that guidance, including COVID mitigation strategies, contact tracing, various other issues, so that we can both follow the guidance and effectively communicate to our students, staff, and families. So I think, Sarah, you had some brief introductory remarks that you wanted to make, and then we can open it up for questions. And thank you so much for being here.
Thank you. Sorry, I missed the earlier part of your introduction for just a minute, but so maybe I'll reintroduce myself and share some things. I am representing Public Health, Seattle and King County. I'm a part of a task force that we began at the beginning of the pandemic to support schools and childcare in the implementation of the various mitigation strategies, or though in fact, creating those mitigation strategies very early on in the pandemic where none existed. And over the last year and a half, I've had the chance to work with both public and private schools across King County, with school leaders and with families and teachers and staff to answer questions and support them in a variety of ways with their return to in-person learning and supporting the implementation of the mitigation. I'll say now, just knowing that this is a challenging time for both school leaders and all of you represented here, and for families, where we're all feeling, I'm a parent of an elementary school student, and we're all feeling a little nervous with some anticipation in returning to school. But really, we want to share that we have a really great list of implementation guidance and recommendations, and in fact, requirements from the state of Washington that we know can be effective in stopping and reducing the spread of COVID in our school buildings. And from the plans that have been shared with me by members of your board and by superintendent, we see that your intentions are to implement those with high fidelity, and that you'll be able to follow all of the required protocols in that process. So I'm here today to answer your questions and share some more information about what we know around COVID, and broadly here just to have a conversation with you. So I welcome that.
Okay, so I did just want to point out that there are 3 of us in the room, along with the superintendent. Director Gallinger and Director Mullings are both on the Zoom for various different reasons. They could not be here in person this evening. And I don't know if I'm the only one, but Stephen, can you possibly make her louder? Because I'm having a little trouble hearing her. Could just be me.
Yeah.
So I will open it up to the board for questions, and you can wave your hand or you can raise your little virtual hand, however you want to do it. Sydney.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can. Thanks.
Yes. Thanks for joining us, Sarah. It's really helpful. And actually, you just mentioned a bit about one of my first areas of questions. So I'd love to understand a little bit more about what has been your opportunity to review the protocols that are in place or planned for the school year. I have all of your document here, going through that, but you actually started at a point that's pretty really interesting for me. So I'd love to understand what your review was like so far and any additional thoughts you might be able to share with us.
Sure. I haven't reviewed any particular documents other than what you all have shared publicly that I've seen. Your FAQs on the website, for example, is something that I can point to note that I think that was really well done. The answers to those questions were accurate and clear about what your plans were and how your plans are put in place to implement the strategies. A lot of what we do as a task force is communicate out directly to school leaders and superintendents. And so I know there's several folks from your district who are on that distribution list, and they're getting from us updates and critical information about some clarity in those updates. And then oftentimes responding back to say, we have questions about that, or it doesn't feel clear. Can you clarify what your understanding is? Sometimes I'm in a position to take a question back to the state Department of Health. This is statewide guidance, right? So not created locally in King County. But oftentimes we're taking questions back to the state to make sure that they are clear, or letting the state know where we're seeing repeat questions from school leaders across our county, sharing that back and getting clarity and doing that. And then, we also work with teams around case investigation. So we have some, idea about what things were implemented when you had in-person school in the spring. So, with some fidelity can see where where those things were in practice and at play based on number of cases and how that was happening in the spring. So, it's not unusual for either your school nurse leader or your superintendent to email me directly and say, I have a question or want some clarity, or we're just going to have a conversation about something that we're planning. How does this sound? So I'm in a position to be consulting to that, but not necessarily approving or reviewing any specific plan for any district.
That's super helpful. I think one of the things that I think has really been helpful and I appreciate is the FAQs and how front facing they are, how accessible they are. For me, it's great to hear that when you look at that, you see a level of completeness and clarity, because that's certainly the goal that we have with publishing them.
Yeah.
Suzanne, do you want to go round robin? Because I have more, but I can wait.
Well, Dr. Gallinger, do you have questions you want to bring up?
Sure. I didn't want to go now, but I guess I'll lead off with a question. So Sarah, tell me in your not putting on the spot expert opinion on what do you see with the pandemic, given that we're still rising and maybe peaking, maybe plateauing, hard to know. What do you see the impact of opening K-12 on King County numbers specifically, not statewide? Because I know King County is in a different place. Thankfully, we're over 82%, 12 and older who have at least one dose. So I know that our impact in K-12 in King County may be different, but it may not be. So I would love to know your opinion on that.
Well, I think you're correct to say that, that maybe we don't know yet. And my view is really only of King County at this point. And I'm also not brushed up on all of the details of the data of cases, but overall, based on what we saw in the spring, for example, even regardless of Delta being more contagious, we did not see schools contributing to overall community spread. And that's not what we're seeing even in other parts of the country where schools have opened. And there have been some major outbreaks in other parts of the country. But we don't anticipate that schools will be a contributor to community spread. We do expect that there will be some cases in your school, and we have high fidelity in those mitigation strategies to help reduce those. We have dedicated additional resources in our contact tracing and our investigations team to support your schools in doing that, so we can quickly get a handle on any cases that to prevent them from becoming larger outbreaks. But I don't have a way to predict or have a crystal ball as to what that impact will be, how many cases, and what that will look like community-wide. I think generally our schools have been reflective of what's happening in the community. But in many cases in the spring, for example, or where schools were open, they were actually less so. So there were less cases in schools than there have been in the broader community.
Thank you. Just as a follow-up, since you mentioned the contact tracing, I think that I'm concerned, as well as many parents and staff members are, right? So if I just look at elementary, right? So if we have 100,000 elementary students in King County over roughly 200 elementary schools, which represents 4,000 classrooms, that's a lot of contact tracing possibilities. So what would be the expectation for us to share with our parents and staff on the timeliness of that? Because as we all know, it's about that fast sort of isolation is the key to sort of stopping spread.
Well, I can say it's a shared responsibility, as it has been for this last 18 months, between the school district and the health department to help us identify who those close contacts would be. So we're going to be immediately working with the COVID coordinator from your district or the site level coordinator from a particular building to help identify who those close contacts are. And it's the school district's responsibility to make those notifications to families, again, with our support and advice. I know we're increasing our capacity to our teams there to be responsive and helpful. I can't speak directly or very specifically to what that looks like in terms of numbers. That's not my team directly.
Thanks.
Marnie or Anne, have anything?
I had the same concern Dr. Gallinger brought up, which was your capacity to work with our district and the districts across King County in notification. But so I'm pleased to hear that it sounds like you're building up the capacity to be able to do that, because I know we want to be able to respond to any cases within our schools as quickly as possible. I know one of the things we were talking about is the kind of notification that can go out to classrooms when there are cases. Can you explain how that kind of notification, and I know some of it's in your toolkit, I know some of it is changing and it's kind of hard to keep up with it, but what the protocols would be as far as our COVID coordinators in a school being able to notify the families at the elementary level when there are cases in a classroom.
Yeah, so again, I wish I had someone from our investigations team to speak more to this, because it is really specific in their roles, and one of which I'm not. I'm sort of a centralized hub for some of this information, but often defer these kinds of questions to them. But you're correct that our toolkit does contain sample letters and ways that you can support the notification to students. And again, the case investigation team, where feasible, they're always working just really hand in hand directly with the COVID coordinator for each case to really best support them, and sharing resources directly. We're in the position to connect families directly to any resources that they might need because of isolation or quarantine as well during that process. And the toolkit really lays out some of the examples and samples that you may use to notify families of their close contacts.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think too, any of our administrators that have questions or want to chime in on this, go ahead.
Oh, thank you, Sarah. And Josh Almy, Deputy Superintendent. We are in contact usually every couple of days with King County Public Health and just asking questions to see if any of the guidance has changed and whatnot. And just today, we got guidance from part of your team that recommended that when we do have a positive case in an elementary classroom, that we do notify that class. And Executive Directors Mundell and Ray Van and I have started to put together our plan to work with our principals to do that. So I appreciate the feedback from King County Public Health. And I also appreciate with the myriad of calls that your team gets, it's usually only at max maybe a day or so that you get back to us. So I know that it's a very busy time, but you've always been very reliable in getting back to us. We appreciate that.
Thank you.
And I think that's an important point that we should probably talk about some more in the regular meeting, because I know we've gotten a lot of concerns from parents that, wait, you're only going to tell me about a case if my kid is a close contact, but I don't like your definition of what a close contact is. And I want to know so I can keep my kiddo home or get them tested or whatever. And I think if we can tell elementary parents that, yes, we will tell you if there's a case in your classroom, I think that's going to calm a lot of people down. So,
but it doesn't mean they're close contacts still, right?
No. And we could be clear about, it was in your classroom. We don't think you're a close contact, but whatever. I just think parents would feel a lot better with more knowledge.
We'll put that process in place and have the letters ready to share with principals and COVID supervisors and work with Josh. So we can get that in place quickly.
Right. And adding that type of information to the FAQ, I think would be really helpful, because I do think that the FAQs have been a great resource for people to keep going back to and reading, reading the latest guidance that we're operating under. And I think people are appreciating that things have been evolving. And so with it, we evolve, and our information that we have out on the website evolves. Okay, Sydney.
Sydney.
Thanks. I don't have the raise hand for some reason. Sorry, Stephen. I'm sure it's
no problem.
On that point, I guess my question is, one of my other questions is in this case, right? It's obviously a fluid situation. We have updates that will come in. I appreciate and I'm grateful for the close coordination and the speed of review. But I guess what I'd like to understand is, it sounds like in that case, maybe I'm wrong, Dr. Almy, but it sounds like this is a question we posed and we got some feedback back. I assume we're also getting like the collective set of updates. Does that come, in like a next rev of the guidance document? Is there a frequency that there's larger updates, a little bit more about the process by which the greater guidance gets updated, and it would be helpful to understand.
Sure, there's a couple ways that updates happen. So the document that you're referencing and showing here is is really managed by the State Department of Health, and I think in coordination with the governor's office. And so I can't speak to their process. And over the last year and a half, it has not been on any regular frequency. I think they're typically following CDC guidelines first and waiting for those updates or changes to be made globally, then making very specific updates that apply appropriately to Washington State. So for example, the significant mask updates that were made just after July 4th, those rolled down into the most recent updates, right? And other updates that have come from the governor's office more globally about masks generally, and teacher vaccines, for example, have warranted and prompted updates. So they are updated in that guidance document really as needed and as necessary. I think I know in our childcare guidance that you might be using for your early learning or preschool programs, those have not been updated for a while, and they are very close to being, and we're sort of in the waiting process to see those being published. They will be, I've seen some drafts and some ideas about what will be updated there. They'll be more aligned with K-12, and those are expected very soon from the Department of Health. So once those are initiated, my team locally, we're sending out now weekly emails. We were bi-weekly in the summer, every other week. But during the school year, we've been sending an email to the COVID coordinators and superintendents, and frankly, anyone who wants to join that distribution list in school leadership, and they're getting that information from us. So when we know of an update, we say, this has been updated. Here are the key things you need to know. Here's our interpretation of it. Here's what's changed. And the updates following from that respect. And then because that comes out weekly, we're able to update other things that have come out on our website, any places where we're making changes or working on changes that we acknowledge, sometimes are not always in the most timely fashion. So we still have a few things, for example, in the toolkit that need to be updated, and we're working towards publishing those. But we're letting people know that those are still in process, and here are the things that you can still apply from what's there. It's not outdated or wrong in any way, it just needs some refreshing.
Do I have other questions from the board or from the administrative team? Harlan, yes.
Sarah, can you speak to now 18 months in with the childcare hat and K-12 hat, or at least elementary, on lunches? There's been a lot of concern about lunches.
Mm-hmm.
And so tell us about what the actual lived experience in King County has been regarding epidemiologically linked cases through eating at daycare, childcare, early learning settings, as well as elementary.
I unfortunately can't speak to anything specific. I don't know of any cases, even anecdotally, but I'm not privy to the detail of the case investigations that would point to any cases or outbreaks particularly that have been caused by or over mealtime that have been specifically linked to that.
Can you escalate that question to your team to find out the answer?
Mm-hmm.
Because I think that would be really helpful information that our staff and families would appreciate knowing.
Absolutely.
Yes, because to that question, I mean, we've gotten a lot of questions from families about how lunch looks and how far apart the kids are. And it does sound like a lot of work has been done to make the lunch space much bigger, including the outdoors for our elementary students. So yes, that is one of those bigger issues that have come up with parents.
Yeah, in any place where masks need to be removed, particularly eating and drinking, you want to maximize all of those mitigation efforts, which means more distancing, more ventilation. Outdoors is better for sure. And if you can do that and you have the capacity to do that, that's great. And if you're indoors, you want to remain at least 6 feet, if not more, and be sure that you're in a space that has really adequate, if not better, ventilation. And so recognizing that every building will have a different circumstance in that need, or different capacity to distance students depending on the spaces that they have available. But lots of creative things are being done with outdoor covered spaces, if those are available, using gyms and auditoriums to space kids out. Sitting on the floor, not a horrible idea. I know one district that's purchased a lot of yoga mats to allow kids to just come sit down and have a spot that's designated and distanced. Those can be really easily cleaned and used again for another group of students. So lots of creative ways that lunch can happen, but really thinking about maximizing distancing and ventilation where possible during that time.
Josh, did you have something you wanted
I
to
was just
add?
going to mention that we will have outdoor dining options at all of our schools, not just elementary, middle, and high school as well.
I'll be providing more details about that during my update as well.
Great. Anyone else with questions? Sydney looks poised.
Yeah. So I love this conversation. I think it's just really helpful because the documents can be long, they can be confusing, there's different reference points. So one of the things we've talked about probably, I don't know, is it 18 months yet in this process, is layered mitigation. And obviously that's been an important part. And I'd love to just hear like how you think about layered mitigation. And I know we've talked about multiple different levels, but I'd love to just have you talk through that and get maybe a bit of a gut check on what we do have in place.
Yeah, I mean, what we mean by layered mitigation is that we try to do all of the things, there are many requirements and there are many levels of it. And we think sometimes about that Swiss cheese model, so that we're doing a lot of different things layered on top of each other to really make the most effective implementation of a variety of mitigation strategies. So number one is really to make sure that we're continuing to discuss vaccination for everybody who is eligible. And that is our students who are 12 and older, their families and their parents. So greater vaccination rates in our community, even though they're high in your particular community and they're relatively high in King County, we still have people who are unvaccinated. And the mandate for staff and school personnel is helpful to that effect. That's the number one thing. And that's the reason why we have that, is that's really our base layer of this layered mitigation strategy. So where possible and who's eligible, we need to continue to emphasize vaccine. We need to be planning forward for vaccine implementation and rollout for kids younger than age 12, which we hope will occur sometime before the end of this year. And then secondly, masking is really essential as well. So making sure that we're really checking in with our families about having well-fitting masks. We have a blog and some messaging about how to wear a mask appropriately. We've just put out a new update today that really emphasizes, how masks should cover the nose and mouth, fit snugly with no gaps. Really asking families to look at the masks that they have that they're sending their kids to school with, washing your mask daily, make sure it's a breathable woven fabric. And we have a few photos of well-fitting masks versus ill-fitting masks for students. So that's one way that we really want to emphasize that as a primary strategy. Improving indoor ventilation is another key factor. Moving more air through the process, and whether that's outdoor air or being outdoors as much as possible, or inside with improved ventilation. And next, screening, testing, or any kind of testing program and access to really rapid testing and quick testing, making that available for anyone who is symptomatic or who has been a close contact, who has been exposed to a positive case, and distancing where that's feasible. So it sounds to me like you have many plans in place to maintain distancing, where in some places that's not feasible, but distancing as much as possible, layering all of those strategies together. So the last one is really staying home when you're sick. So emphasizing to families again to keep their kids home, that the daily screening that's no longer required at school is really the responsibility of the family and the community, and making sure that we're all screening our kids every moment for even the smallest of symptoms, any COVID-like illness, including runny noses. We should stay home, call the school, let them know why we're staying home, talk about getting tested, look about the duration of those symptoms and if they resolve, and really take that seriously. We have seen outbreaks where we've seen kids who are symptomatic and are sent to school, absolutely contributing to outbreaks.
Well, I was going to add on to that one before we move on, and that had to do with the testing and availability. So in our area, by and large, one of the bigger places that people can go is the Bellevue College testing site. I know this isn't necessarily your area of expertise, but are you aware that the Bellevue College site has an adequate capacity to handle the potential testing that may come from having kids go back to school, and the need to encourage families to get tested when they do have symptoms?
Yeah, so I can't speak to that site specifically, but as far as school-based testing options and opportunities that are available to you, the state has resourced a program called Learn to Return, and it is resourced in such a way that would allow any district or private school to access a variety of testing strategies and opportunities. And I know that there are folks in your district in conversations with Health Commons, who is the technical assistance provider and supporter of that program, So maybe others in the room there could speak about progress towards that. So there are lots of opportunities for testing to be made available to students either on site or again to another community partner that we can help connect you with to see what their capacity is.
And would those be at no cost to the student and their family?
Yes.
Right. I'd be interesting to know at some point if and what, if anything, we are doing in that kind of a realm.
Yeah, and I know the Bellevue site was mentioned, but there are other sites as well, and we've put those on our COVID page to direct families to. And I may need to be corrected on this, but I think we are required to do some forms of testing for some athletics that we have done. And I know that previously we had talked about making testing available on site. We had some issues, some people were concerned about that early on. I don't know if we've re-engaged in that conversation. I know that was way back about a year ago when we were first having those conversations, and there was some concern about testing on site, but I think our knowledge has grown about the virus. And so I don't know if we have, if we've had further conversations with our labor groups about doing that on-site testing or not. I don't know if there's any updates on that. That's certainly an option that we can look into, especially if you're not, we see numbers. We had very, very low numbers, fortunately, last year. So we were, I think our public was adequately able to get testing done in those sites. But if that changes, it's good to hear that there's availability of more testing that we could potentially do on site. My one question would be, because I know there's rapid test and there's the other test as well. I'm assuming we're talking more. Well, I don't really understand, because my understanding of the rapid test is it's a little shakier result. So I'm not sure which testing is the testing would be the desirable to use in a school setting like that. And I don't know if you have a thought about that or not, Sarah.
Yeah, there are a variety of testing options available to you. So connecting with Health Commons, I'm not sure if you have someone connected already, but I can support that connection. Really, their role is to take you through all of those choices and help you decide what's going to meet the needs of your community based on other testing supports and opportunities that you have there. So yes, I mean, more schools are taking on the opportunity to provide rapid testing, which is effective, and does get a solid result similar to some of the home tests. But there are circumstances where PCR tests would be appropriate for follow-up as well.
So there's still work we could do on that, Director Moore.
Yeah, I'm a little bit confused, and I may be sticking my foot somewhere it shouldn't go, but why would I can understand that labor groups would be concerned if we were mandating that certain people be tested, but if we were having testing available for students or staff who were concerned about a possible exposure, I'm confused why that would be a labor issue.
I think, if you can recall from what happened at the table when we discussed that initially, Jake.
And I think not disclosing too much about our collective bargaining, but I think then, like Superintendent said, our knowledge of the virus has grown a lot since we first started negotiating. I think it was just the fear of like the spread of the virus. If we were to test somebody on site and who was doing the testing,
handling
what we
it.
did with the specimen, things of that nature. So it was, that's
what I recall.
That was the basic crux of it. And then quite honestly, we moved on from that topic and, as you know, tackled return to school. So.
Yeah. So again, I don't think that's really going to be an obstacle.
Okay, I just wanted some clarification around that, because as I said, if we were mandating, person X must be tested, I get that would be an issue.
Yeah.
But if we're just having it available.
I think it was also kind of born from the idea, if we even suspect, the idea was get the person off the campus as quickly as possible. But again, we've kind of learned, and we've actually gone through some testing protocols, as I mentioned, with athletes. So it's probably something worth re-exploring again.
So I think it's really important for us to explore what our opportunities are, especially for families that don't have access to good healthcare, for our families that it would be cost prohibitive for some of the testing to just go down to the supermarket and buy it. So I think having it available on site where they don't have to worry about transportation to and from a place that can provide it would be really, really important. And I think it's part of our equity work that making that available to all students will support those students that are truly in need as well.
Harlan.
I guess I would respond to that testing thing is one, I don't think surveillance testing has been shown to be particularly effective. So we want to make sure we're effectively using the resources. Two, I would say a big omission, so this would be a plug for Sarah to escalate, is that I think King County needs to be offering some sort of a strike team approach to should a building in King County have a concern for an outbreak to be able to send a team in to do that. Because I think that testing to identify cases and shut down and isolate is far more important. And whereas we got $12 million of federal aid for COVID, King County has gotten hundreds of millions of dollars. So it's a whole issue about leveraging the resources that we have. And we actually got one of the least amount of federal dollars for COVID of any district of our size in the state. But I wanted to pivot to what you mentioned about layers of mitigation. And I didn't hear you mention cohorting. And so cohorting a year ago was an important approach. I know our elementary schools are in general are self-contained, so they are, but I have particular concerns about our middle schools and the fact that our sixth grade students are not eligible to be vaccinated based on age. And so I would be curious on your opinion on that. Is that just completely dropped off as a mitigation layer?
Yeah,
from a public health
cohorting is
standpoint?
no longer required or even mentioned mitigation in the state recommendations or requirements at this point. I think that there were limitations to how that could be done effectively and still bring as many kids back to full-time in-person learning, and some pushback from a variety of places. But the evidence supports keeping kids, in contact with as few people, still a reasonable strategy, but it is not a requirement. So it might be something that you choose to add on as another layer, but it isn't something that's required or expected of schools or known to be, otherwise containing outbreaks. I think it's about the other strategies all in one, all in multiple places in layers that can still help to contain the spread. Part of it was to see how you might be able to more quickly identify close contacts with only smaller, less contacts of a particular student. And it hasn't seemed to be a problem in other places. Cohorting has never been required for middle and high schools in the previous guidance as well. And we didn't see challenges with identifying close contacts in those settings.
Anyone else? Sydney.
I just want to, that was actually really helpful about cohorting. Thank you. And going through the different layers, it would seem just in, I guess, perusing what's in place, when you talk about the layers of mitigation, I feel quite comfortable with the multiple layers. I think from a testing perspective, that seems like a decision point for us. Was just pulling up the FAQs, and I think it's great that people at least have specific locations within the existing community that they can go. That seems helpful to me. I guess back to Harlan's point about resources, I guess my question would be, is there some tipping point that we would want to do that internally versus leveraging the existing community resources? So I guess my point is, I think testing is important. I think we've got great resources here available, identified for people to leverage. I don't want to make the assumption that, I guess I just don't understand what would make us make a decision to do it internally. And I know you said that there's resources available to have more specific conversations. So I think it'd be great for us to have that discussion next, like what came out of that conversation, what, if any, change or addition we would make, just to close off on that one.
Yeah, I think those are good questions to have with Health Commons, who's going to sort of help guide and consult through what's the best strategy for your community. So I don't know if there's a particular threshold or capacity of what they would expect in terms of the need for testing. I think there might be some ways to look at the number of students and age of those students and your vaccination rates, et cetera. Sort of, they may be able to sort of sort through what they predict your testing need might be. But I don't know of any particular calculations that are coming from that.
Questions?
Anyone else? Arnie.
We've seen this email come up quite a bit lately, and I remember King County Council member Lambert asked you way back when, spacing. When you talk about 3 feet, what does that really include? Is that like from the middle of the face to the middle of the face? Is it shoulder to shoulder? What does it mean when you say a 3-foot distance? What does that truly mean? I mean, she was concerned about like from the front of the mouth to the back of the head or the front of the face, or
I think, one of the things to keep in mind is that you want to be avoiding the path of any droplets that might be expelled from the face and mouth, from the nose. And so the positioning might be beneficial. There are a number of different reference points of how you could measure 3 feet. And we know that no body is typically very fixed in those positions, maybe when sitting in a chair. So I can also get back to you to see if there's a recommendation, but I don't know of a particular way that we have been referencing, whether that's nose to nose or shoulder to shoulder in particular. So I can get back to you on that.
Thank you.
But it's to the greatest extent possible. So
Correct.
In a district that is very large like ours, it has a lot of students. I think that whether it's 3 feet nose to nose or shoulder to shoulder is kind of irrelevant. Like the state has mandated that we are going to offer in-person learning to any student or family who wants it. So that is the guiding principle. Is that correct?
Correct.
I think the concern from the public is they're concerned that you're putting students at greater risk if you're doing it nose to nose rather than shoulder to shoulder.
I don't know if I could say that that's a greater risk. Again, I fall back to the layered mitigation to say that those are the things you're putting in place to protect the students.
And it is difficult because obviously we're going to distance as much as possible. The fact of the matter is we are a district with some overcrowded schools, and we have some large classrooms, and obviously that to the extent possible is going to factor into some interactions that students have in their schools every day. And we're going to have to do the best that we can.
I will note that we'll be a little less crowded because of the opening of Cedar Trails and Cougar Mountain Middle School. So we're adding 2 more schools. That has significantly reduced the population in some of our schools.
Yes.
So that helps,
That's true. I was thinking more about high school, but yes, you're absolutely
Yeah,
right.
we haven't got that high school yet. I'm working on that one, President Weaver.
Yeah, I don't totally blame you for that. Director Mullings.
Yeah, I think that this last point about the measuring, I guess for me, and again, deep lover of the FAQs, I think it might be helpful just to list out all of those layered mitigations in one spot, because I think what happens is people get fixated on any one of them and a question or concern about any one of those mitigation points. But the reality is our goal is all of them working in concert. And so I think it would be best that we look to communicate it as a package of items. And that way people understand it as a unit, or, a unit of multiple items together, and that, they all are going to work together and work in concert, because, any individual one, which is the point, right? The Swiss cheese reference that you made, any individual one may have some concern, but the point is that I think we're up to 6 or 7 if you get into classroom cleaning, et cetera, that we're laying in place. So I think it's probably important that that's a package of what are the multiple layers of mitigation in place to help with the safe reopening is probably a thing we need to communicate all at once.
I think that would be great to have a graphic, just a single picture that has because I know I've seen the Swiss cheese layer before, but I don't know that's been updated, so that we have a single one that has the same look and feel of so much of what else the public health has put out, that we can just add, here's the picture. It's easy to communicate to the community.
Absolutely agree. Director Mullins, thank you for that feedback. I think communicating it in that way as a package does support the efforts that you're putting in place. And in fact, we just published late this afternoon, our blog, The Public Health Insider, a similar sentiment about going back to school, and it does emphasize those layers. So feel free to borrow any of that language or communication that you want
I'm
to share
done
with
with my
parents as
list.
well.
Okay, so we have about 5 more minutes for those last burning questions that anyone has.
Well, I don't have a burning question, but I did a couple of things. First of all, Sarah, I wanted to thank you and the entire staff at Seattle King County Public Health, and you specifically, you've made your time available to us. And on behalf of my colleagues, superintendents in King County, thank you because I know you often join our superintendent regional meetings, and I believe we've got you scheduled up for quite a few of those coming for frequent updates. And I really do appreciate, because we want the entire county, we want the entire county to keep working forward, because that will help all of us. So thank you for that. You, in a previous conversation, I thought you made an interesting point to me that I've been thinking about, and that is the fact that, we are fully committed to the layered mitigations that we've been discussing here. And I believe that, or as you pointed out, that our schools may be some of the most COVID mitigated environments that our students are going to enter. And it's interesting because, I live in this community and I observe it, and, I see kids out and about and together and everything. And I have to say, it's not always, they're not always masked up and everything. So the possibility that we may actually be pulling kids into a more COVID mitigated environment than they're actually in right now was encouraging to me. And I do anticipate we're going to have cases of COVID. I also believe that we're going to be able to manage through those effectively. But I just thought that was an interesting point that because I will tell you, our principals and teachers and all of our support staff are working really hard to implement. And so I think for me, it gave me a level of comfort as I thought about it in that perspective. So I appreciate that. And it also later tonight, because this is a work study and I know more people will probably be watching in the general meeting, as a good reminder to me as a community educator to remind our community to remember to implement COVID mitigation strategies in their own home environment, specifically if they have a young child or someone who's not eligible for a vaccine as well. So thank you for that. And thank you for the guidance that you've provided and availability, as Deputy Superintendent Almay mentioned. It's pretty remarkable how available your department has been, because I know we're only one of 19 school districts. So you're getting lots of phone calls, I'm sure, and emails every day. So thank you.
Well, thank you. I really do appreciate all the work that you all making the hard decisions and the work to implement these strategies and figuring out how to operationalize those in each of your buildings across your district, and for every school district across King County, doing it in some slightly different ways. But I'm very much appreciative of the hard work that all of you have put into trying to make this school year successful and reducing the risk to everyone who's in your buildings and participating in education.
Okay, do I have anything else from the board? Harlan, Sydney?
No, I didn't know if there was any staff questions of all our directors and executive directors that are sitting there.
Yeah, I've been looking at them. They are not raising their hands.
I think they've actually had quite a bit of contact with Sarah in her office as well. I will say and appreciate Marnie. I noticed our executive director of communications was taking some copious notes as that conversation about the layered mitigation strategies graphic. So, we're learning right along with everybody here tonight.
Well, Sarah, I want to thank you again for taking the time out of your busy schedule to meet with us. We've gone from 20 to 40 participants on the Zoom, but to those people on the Zoom, we will include this as part of our recorded YouTube recording of the school board meeting. So this will be available for the public to watch at any point in the future. So you may get a lot more views. But I really want to thank you for this. It's been extremely helpful to the board, and we appreciate your time.
Thank you very much. Have a good evening, everybody.
Okay, you too.
Bye-bye, Sarah.
Thank you.
So I'm going to give us our actual 10-minute break between the work study and the meeting. We almost never get that. We'll be back in 10.
Come on, babies. Come on. Come on. Oh, it's wet. Oh, freak out, guys. Freak out. Come on, do it. Freak out. They immediately run around the corner. Oh.
I will turn on my microphone and then I will call this meeting of the Issaquah School Board to order. Thank you, Superintendent. And can we all please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, thank you very much. And before we start, I want to say that Directors Moraldo Moore and I are in person. Director Mullings and Director Gallinger are present on the Zoom, but not in the room. So we have roomies and zoomies. Is that how that works? Thank you, guys. Also want to give a quick shout out to Dr. Gallinger for managing our last meeting when both the president and the immediate past president were absent. Usually the third in command doesn't get called upon to do that. So thank you very much for taking the reins. And we are going to start this evening with public input. And the rules of public input are, please clearly state your name and school attendance area, limit your comments to 2 minutes, and Director Moore is manning the little beeper thing. When that starts beeping, finish your sentence, you're done. The board does not respond to public input. We listen attentively. The board neither endorses nor censors any opinions expressed in public input. So people may express their opinions. We're not necessarily agreeing or disagreeing with those. Please keep all comments civil and respectful. No comments or applause from anyone actually in the room. And finally, it's my personal opinion that public input is not the appropriate venue for personnel complaints. The district deals with personnel issues in private. The board deals with personnel issues in executive session. So I would prefer that we not toss these around in public input. We have read the emails. Oh, and also this is public input for items not on the regular agenda. So if you want to speak to the budget or school safety, or what's the other big thing we have? School opening, of course. How did I forget school opening? Those we will call for public input during those topics as well. So this is for input other than that. And I do have people in the room. So I'm going to start with people in the room, and then I will move on to people in the Zoom. And the first person I have on my list is Sonia Banerjee. I hope I got that right. You need to come, I'm sorry, you need to come to the microphone and please state your name and school attendance area.
Hi, good evening, everybody. My name is Soumya Banerjee, and my child's school attendance area is Endeavor, but she is going into Cascade Ridge in the STEAM program. So my only input is, first of all, I want to thank you all for doing an incredible work, and I was present in the previous session, so I heard about the layered approach and all the different things that you are doing, and I sincerely appreciate all of that, all the hard work that you all have been doing. I myself am a COVID survivor. I suffered pretty badly, and I have lost one of my immediate family members to COVID. So the only concern I was having, and I think this has been mentioned probably multiple times before, if there was an option for remote till the time vaccines are kicked in for the children who are not eligible for vaccine. I know on the website, it says that I can opt in for another online option, but the reality is most of the online options are not taking students for other school district at point. And since my child is in the STEM program, if I pull out, when I want to return, she won't be able to go back to the STEM program anymore. So that's all I wanted. If you can, if there is a bridge between now and another 2 months when the vaccine will be out, that will be extremely helpful. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your input. Next up is Blakely Rickett.
Hello, my name is Blakely Rickett, and I speak from the Endeavor and Beaver Lake communities. And I wanted to come here tonight to say thank you to all of you for the extraordinary work and diligence you've done in the planning for a safe reopening for our kids to return to school. That also goes out to all the staff and all the educators, all the administrative staff. What you're doing to provide our children with this opportunity is so deeply appreciated. And I think with all the noise, you may not be hearing how much gratitude is really out there, and from the parents who are speaking from a place of moderation, especially the environment that our children so desperately need. To our community, I just want to say that for those who are taking the high road and staying out of the drama and the petty interactions, it's appreciated. And I hope I can be heard with an open mind, because I have no political affiliations. I've lived in 4 different countries, 6 different states, red, blue, and purple. I've had 12 family members with COVID, a lot from Texas. But I'm asking for a call to action that going forward, we're going to need to be able to separate our emotions from the facts about this virus, that we need to be able to analyze with an open mind as the months go on, as we reassess the protocols and the mandates that are going to be affecting our children. So we need to move from the scared what if protocol to the what is. And I just want to highlight some positivity. That what is today is that, yes, it has taken a toll on us all physically and emotionally, but we are here and preparing for school to open. What is true is that according to the CDC study published in May, adult vaccination, which you all have helped provide to our staff, and the ventilation is the scientifically proven effective method for providing least prevention among our students. 28 states reported today there's a decreasing rate in change, which is the delta with an R less than 1 value in infections. The overall mortality in adolescents under 18 is less than 400. Flu was 477 last year. It is a virus we will learn to live with. We're being watched by our kids. Thank you for trying to help us spread the positivity. How we handle it and how we learn to live with it is something we need to teach in a positive manner. Thank you for everything you've done.
Thank you very much for your input. Next up is Meredith King.
I'm a soft talker, so hopefully this.
Well, I have trouble hearing, so you're going to have to talk loud.
Okay, sorry. I'm a soft talker. I'm sorry. I have 2 students in the district. I'll have a senior at Skyline High School and a 6th grader at Beaver Lake. And I wanted to take an opportunity to thank the district and the school board for creating and approving a safe, sensible, and science-based agreement with the IEA for the 2021-2022 school year. For students that choose, they deserve a return to full-time in-person instruction 5 days a week. And I want to thank everyone in the district who has worked so hard to make that happen. I have complete confidence in school administrators to work with their staff and students to create a safe, healthy place to learn. I'd also like to thank the district facilities team for scheduling school and community groups on school grounds throughout the summer. Whether it was high school teams training for upcoming sports seasons, local youth leagues, or summer camps, it was wonderful to see kids back on campus being kids again. Just a quick shout out to Dave Clymer and his awesome DC sports camps. Mr. Clymer's run this program for 15 years at Beaver Lake Middle School, and it was great to see them out on the field. It's just one example of how our facilities have been safely open for students all summer. And finally, I'd really like to thank the district for releasing secondary schedules earlier than normal this year. It has really helped my kids address their anxiety about returning to the classroom and also help them get excited for school. It has been 18 months since my incoming 6th grader has had a full day of in-person instruction, and it's going to take a tremendous amount of grace and patience to help students get their school legs back. I urge teachers and administrators to continue this empathetic approach to planning throughout the year. We all need to be creative, nimble, and kind in order to meet student needs and let them focus on learning, healing, and just being kids again. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Margot Campbell.
If it's all right, I'll drop my mask for just a minute. I think I'm easier understood. Is that okay?
I think you should probably keep it on. Just talk to the microphone.
Okay. My name is Margot Campbell, and I live in the Liberty High School attendance area. I'm here tonight to urge the board to focus every available resource to ensure that our students receive the support they need to successfully start this school year. The very modified, short, in-person program attended by some of our students last spring is not what will be attempted this fall. We must make this school year work for our kids. The social media distractions that are circulating by high-level staff and community members is draining the life and purpose out of those who need to laser focus on our students. I personally am counting on the Issaquah School District to work a miracle for my ISD grandchild. We as a nation are in the midst of 2 pandemics, the COVID-19 disease and the adolescent mental health crisis. And the grandmother of 2 previously successful student athletes who were admitted to Children's Hospital early this year, one battling anorexia nervosa and the other suicidal. We cannot waste our time on adult stupidity. Our task is too serious. The mission statements and goals of this district are just empty words if we don't act with the full force of the public education resources provided by the federal government, the Washington state government, and our ISD budget. Nearly 50% of our high school students have not been inside their high school yet. When they do return to in-person learning, they need to be greeted with the same emergency mental health supports that are mustered when school districts experience a student death. Our children have lost so much. They need help, and we can't let them get lost in large classrooms. We also can't let them get lost in large school settings. They're fragile and desperately need this school year to start off strongly and remain with strong supports. Just as an aside, I see a short-term resource that could help our students. Why not enlist retired or on leave ISD counselors, behavior specialists, social workers to flood the halls and classrooms with friendly support? If requested, I believe some would step up and serve. At this time, I want to thank you so much for your focus on reaching out to our students on day 1, and thank you for your support to our students and staff.
Thank you very much, Margot. That is everything that I have from the people in the room, unless looking, no, okay. Do I have, okay, I see one hand from the Zoom. So if you are on the Zoom and wish to provide public input on items not currently on the agenda, raise your virtual hand, and we will start with Judy Gaffney. So, oh, and you know the drill. You've got your camera on and you're unmuted. Good to go.
Good evening. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to share my opinion tonight. I'm Judy Gaffney. I have 2 students in the Issaquah School District, one at Issaquah Middle School and one at Issaquah High School. Just take a brief moment to put my plug in. Well, first of all, to thank the woman who just spoke. Mental health is such an important issue for our kids, and I'm fully supportive of her suggestion, anything that we can do to help. But my second comment is that I certainly hope that we'll have transparency in communication regarding reporting of students who test positive for the COVID virus. I don't think that the distance spacing and the district making decisions about who is notified right now is appropriate. I think if there is a student in a classroom that my kid is in, I want to know about it. That's all.
Okay, stay tuned. We are actually going to discuss that very thing.
Thank you.
Okay, Valerie Buck.
Hi, I am in the Maywood and Liberty and Apollo service area. I have 2 children attending our school district. I am a current middle school teacher and a former tech TOSA for the district. I am phoning in today to request that all classrooms get equipped with voice amplification systems, so teacher microphones. As we head back into the classrooms, masked, it is going to be essential that our voices are heard loud and clear. The way that we do it now, only brand new classrooms get the systems. Any older classroom that we have is the responsibility of building tech money to purchase those systems for teachers who request it. And I do not feel that that serves our students. I feel that we need access to those amplification systems in every room and to ensure that students can hear us and hear each other. The system that I have in my classroom, because I am one of the lucky teachers, is a teacher device and one that I can have students use so they can also hear one another when we are communicating. So I encourage you to look into this and find an appropriate way to fund this so that it is not the responsibility of tech committee dollars that are used to purchase student devices at the current moment. Thank you.
Thank you for your input. Okay, I have Tyler Woody and then Julie Fowler. So Tyler, are you there?
I'm trying to start my video. There it is. Sorry about that. Okay.
There you go.
Thank you. So my name is actually Sarah Woody, and I have 2 kids at Cougar Ridge. And I just wanted to first thank the district for all of the safety measures that are currently in place. I would like to just add voice to maybe a few more things that the district could do across all schools to be more proactive, given that science is showing the Delta variant to be more contagious. It is filling up our emergency rooms, our ICUs. It's overwhelming hospitals in Washington and Oregon. Parents hear this and it's like, what else can we do to keep our kids safe? I know that Seattle public schools have gone to having all kids eat outdoors. I know that is an option for us to choose, and I'm happy for that. But I'm wondering if all kids should be outside eating lunch. And then also, I'm wondering if masks should be worn all the time outside for recess. I know the kids need a break, but given that science is saying this is 1,000 times more contagious than the original COVID, it might be worth considering maybe the masks stay on. I have a lot of faith in masks. They're safe, and it's been shown time and again to prevent the spread. So I know the district is relying on success that we saw in the spring, but this fall is looking very different. So what measures can we take? If I have more time, I watched the YouTube video and I saw the bus. And I know that it was a beautiful image of one kid per seat on the bus, but our CFO in the last meeting said that it was going to be crammed for elementary school students. It was going to be 3 kids to a seat. So which one is going to be happening? Because I see that as a concern. I remember he said that social distancing was so last year. Also, what was so last year, I think, is the 15 minutes required for a close contact definition.
I need you to wrap your 2 minutes up.
I just think that should be modified because it's showing to be a lot less than 15 minutes for spread to occur. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for your input. And the last person I have is Julie Fowler. Oh, and you're already there. Thank you for that.
Thank you. I just wanted to put in a couple comments on adequate supports for our struggling students. I have a freshman and a senior in the Liberty High School area. This will be my 3rd senior in a row. So 2 seniors have had their senior years disrupted by COVID. And the thing that has been most prominent to me has been the lack of para staff and the lack of assistance available to my kids who have struggled academically. But for some individual student counselors, Vicki Kenny, who is absolutely amazing, I don't know that my kids would have graduated high school, and certainly not for lack of trying. We ended up having to use summer school each summer, and communication with the parents about how the students are doing has not been super effective. And I think that needs to change. And I'm not placing that squarely on the school or squarely on the teachers, but I do think that there is something either that can be done better about making sure our kids have support and parents know the kids need support sooner, particularly with us parents who are working full time, who don't have the ability to sit down daily with our kids. And I had 4 kids in the district for the last couple of years. So I would appreciate ongoing assistance with that. And the last thing I want to say is I would just really caution the board to be careful of what they hear about the Facebook groups. I am a member of a couple of them, and while they are a wonderful tool for parents to share communication, that is all they should be used for, is for parents to share communication. But please note that they are not without political motivation. They are not without personal motivation. And there are several issues with all of them. So I would encourage the board to take things with a grain of salt, but take them no further than that. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your input. And that concludes public input. We will now move to the approval of the consent agenda. The consent agenda is a meeting management tool whereby the board is able to pass multiple items with one motion. The consent agenda items have been reviewed by the board prior to the meeting, and any board member may review an item from the consent agenda and place it on the regular agenda for discussion. Do I have a motion?
I move the consent agenda be approved as presented.
Second.
Okay, it has been moved and seconded. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? And the consent agenda passes. Are there any changes to the regular agenda?
There are none.
Okay. That brings us to the review of the work study, and the board at 5 o'clock held a work study with Sarah Riegel from Seattle King County Public Health. And we didn't have very big attendance at that meeting on the Zoom, but I noticed we have 100 people in the meeting now. So I'm going to encourage all of you to go back and watch that. She was very helpful in talking about the protocols and the guidance that are coming out of public health, and was very responsive to the many questions that the board had of her organization. So we're going to talk about some of that some more when we discuss preparations for the start of the school year. In the meantime, would anybody from the board like to bring anything up from that conversation? Anne.
Well, I really appreciated being able to meet with Sarah. I know the district has worked very hard from the very beginning to follow all the directives of the governor, the Washington State Department of Health, and King County Public Health. So I know it's been a lot of different information that comes at the district regarding all the rules and guidance that you're all following. And I know you're doing that, but it was a great opportunity to get to just chat with her and hear a little bit about what they're doing, you know, how they're developing their guidance, how they're trying to keep it up to date, the work that they do and have been doing, meeting with the superintendents and in some cases, school directors to help the school communities be informed on the types of layered mitigations that we will be implementing in all of our schools. So I thought the opportunity to hear from her was good. And I think for, as Suzanne said, anybody that can should go back and listen to it and hear our conversation about how all of us are working together to have all the layers of mitigation that we can to keep our students as safe as possible.
Anyone else like to add anything? Marnie?
Well, I thought what was really important, I actually am thankful that Sarah took the time to be here. And as Superintendent Thiele said, she has 19 school districts within King County that, and I know that there's a group of us that pester her about once a month as well, that she meets with us. So I am thankful for the time that she commits to this. I think what was really helpful for me to have her talk about was the fact that she's looked at our FAQs and she's not seeing that we're not doing what we're not, you know, what we should be. So we are doing all of the things. And I think there's been some thought from the community that we might not necessarily be doing all the things, but that in fact, to hear from her that we actually are, it's very helpful. And I'm gonna have to step away for a second.
Yeah, and I want to reiterate what I said at the beginning of the work study in that both the board and the district are committed to following all the directives and guidance from Seattle King County Public Health. And so this was a good touch point for us just to understand how their guidance is evolving, what's going on, how we can get answers to our questions. And I think Sydney had her hand raised.
Yeah, I really am happy that we could have that conversation. And it was important to me to have it. I think it was a good opportunity. A couple comments that have already been made about the layered mitigations, for sure. I think the couple things that stood out to me were on the additional resources being ramped up on the Department of Health side to help support the districts as we go back to full in-person schools. So it was great to see that they're adding resources and capacity, particularly in the area of contact tracing. So I think that was helpful. And then I think the other thing that we talked about that was super helpful given the fluidity of the circumstance is the weekly updates that they're sending, because I know it takes a while to update each of the documents. So I think that that's great that what we're getting from her group is that weekly update. Obviously, we talked about the demonstration of constant communication with the district, but I think those additional resources on their side to help support us, that was really important for me to hear.
Right. And I want to thank you, Sydney, for suggesting that as a work study topic, because I thought it was extremely valuable. Arlen, did you have anything you wanted to add? Okay. And with that, exactly on schedule, we're going to move. Might as well be on schedule at some point in the meeting. We are going to move to updates on preparations for the start of the 2021-22 school year. That sounds really far in the future. And we will start with the superintendent. I will take any public input if there should be any. Remind me if I forget. And then we'll go to board questions.
Great. Thank you, President Weaver. Before I dive in, and I know this is going to sound a bit redundant, like a broken record, because it's been stated several times already in this meeting, but I think it's important for the public to hear this message that I just want to make it abundantly clear that, and as you heard or saw, if you participated and viewed the work study session with the Department of Health tonight, that is stated it in our letter of agreement with IEA for the 21-22 school year, we will be following and implementing with fidelity all the COVID guidance from public health. And in some instances, we are actually exceeding the guidelines. My team and I are absolutely committed to the health and safety of our students and staff. Our principals and their staffs have been very busy figuring out the best ways they can implement these procedures, these COVID mitigation procedures in their schools, and will do so, as I said, with fidelity, including not limited to, and this is where we talk about the layering of face coverings and hand hygiene, staff vaccination requirements, lunch procedures, and I'll talk more about that in a moment, and physical distancing to the extent possible, just to name a few of the layers. Our schools are set up with signage, floor stickers, furniture arrangements, and all sorts of procedures are moving for moving students around the school and campus. And I will note also in conversations that I've had with principals in recent days, you can do your very best planning without the students there, but you have to, as all good teachers know, be able to monitor and adjust. So some of those procedures may in fact change over the course of the first few days of school as we see them and interact with them in terms of with actual students there. But again, the commitment to keeping our students and staff safe it's unyielding commitment that that's what we will do. And I absolutely believe we can do this. And finally, as I mentioned in the work study, but for those that weren't there, I would ask families and our community members to please practice appropriate COVID mitigation outside of school as well, especially those families with young students who are not eligible for a vaccine. There's been some recent evidence that, and even reports in the media that if you have an unvaccinated person in your house, you should treat everyone as if they are unvaccinated. So we are going to do our very, very best to create a COVID mitigated environment in our schools, and I'm confident that we can do that. But I would ask the entire community to join us in those efforts so that we can drive down those numbers, protect those valuable spaces in our hospitals, and not overwhelm our healthcare system and keep our schools open. I did want to share just some specifics about reopening, but the first thing I just have to share how joyful it has been for me traveling around the district, attending staff trainings and catching up with some staff that I haven't been able to visit in person for quite some time. What I can report is that there are some 3,000 approximately ISD employees out in our system busily preparing our schools for this historic in-person opening of the 21-22 school year. Administrators have been busy during the month of August, finishing up their hiring of staff, building class schedules, preparing and delivering their staff and professional development, opening up their campuses, as you heard in public input, for visits, because we know a lot of people just need an opportunity to get back on the campus and feel it after such a long absence. But the most important thing they are doing is preparing, and as they are preparing and getting ready for COVID mitigation procedures in their school. Our bus fleet is ready to go. I guess I can hear my voice over on the side too. Our bus fleet is ready to go, and I have more good news to report about that during our works in progress. Drivers are reviewing routes, so we will be ready to roll out of our 2 transportation facilities early Tuesday morning. And there's nothing like seeing those yellow school buses roll around the community to tell us school is back in session. Our custodians and maintenance staff have been busy cleaning and preparing our facilities to welcome the staff and students back. Grounds and maintenance crews are busy beautifying our campuses and fixing items that need their attention. Food service staff are preparing the kitchens to serve lunch to thousands of students. Our paraprofessionals are still being hired in many instances, and we still have openings if anybody's looking for a job. I'd ask you to consider the ISD. And I have more to share about what an awesome place we are to work later in my works in progress as well. Trainings are starting to begin as well among our paraprofessional staff, and they will be ready to go when our students arrive next week. Office professionals are busy out in the offices preparing staff and student materials, taking calls and emails from parents, getting organized for this big and exciting rush of people that are thrilled to be back on our campuses and in our schools. And then, of course, our teachers and counselors and other certificated staff are all in the buildings receiving trainings, readying classrooms, collaborating with colleagues in anticipation of the start of school. For someone who is experiencing their 34th first day of school in my career, I can say that the level of enthusiasm is as high as I've ever experienced. Even when tempered with COVID, that the COVID realities that we have to manage, people are really, really excited to get back to school. And I've had an opportunity to talk to a number of parents about their children and their excitement. And of course, there are some nervousness and trepidation amongst some students. But more than anything, the common thing I'm hearing is they are super excited for the start of school. And as I've shared in some other venues, you know, that old expression, you really don't know what you've got till it's gone. And when school was in-person schooling was taken from us, I think for a lot of us, we realized just how critical and important that is to our community and to the health and well-being, not just of our students, but of some of us adults as well. It has just been emotionally uplifting for me to be present in the space with my staff again. And as I've told staff members, I have tremendous confidence in our school district's ability to have a successful start, even with COVID. And the reason that I have this confidence is because of the people who make up the Issaquah School District. The dedicated professionals who demonstrated true love and caring for our students and one another. The metaphor that I like to use is that of an enormous orchestra that is warming up, and come Tuesday morning, August 31st, we will make beautiful music. I do want to highlight a few important items that we've been working on related to COVID mitigation for the start of the school year. And then the staff and I will be available for any questions as well from the board. And these are some things that have come in through our thought exchange, through emails that we've received, through conversations we've had with public health, and just through our collaboration with one another. And I'm not going to touch on everything, but I did want to touch on a few items. We have been looking closely at sixth grade and COVID mitigation strategies for sixth grade, primarily because they're in a unique place where they're the only grade level in our middle schools that haven't had access to the vaccine. The vast majority of our sixth graders are not age 12 yet. And so there's been a lot of thought, and I appreciate our middle school principals and Executive Director Morris understanding this, that we have to treat that grade level a little bit differently. And again, we want our kids to have as normal of an experience as possible, but at the same time, we have to keep everybody safe. So to those ends, there are a lot of conversations about lunch procedures tonight. In our middle schools, an effort is being made to separate lunches or segregate the lunchrooms for sixth grade students. So some of our schools are able to offer a sixth grade only lunch. In schools where they weren't able to do that precisely, they are going to segregate the lunchroom and try to keep the sixth grade and the seventh grade and eighth grade students more segregated from one another. This is a little bit of a bummer, but I think it's an important step, at least for the beginning of the school year. Our sixth grade we'll have sixth grade only PE classes, which is common, but no dress down or locker room use at this time for the sixth grade students. And that's not the only thing. I mean, as we look at that sixth grade, we know, and we did hear some discussion about cohorting tonight, and we don't have cohorts at the secondary level, but we do know that the vast majority of our sixth grade students are in classes with just sixth graders, aside from some math classes and some elective classes and some science classes. But the numbers, a real effort is being made. And even within those classes, some segregation by physical distancing with our sixth graders as well. Not to make anybody feel left out or ostracized or anything, but truly under the guides of COVID mitigation. And they're going to keep working on that as time goes on as well. So I do want the families of our sixth graders to know we are thinking differently. And I know a lot of that is being communicated by our middle school principals and teachers as well. I did want to touch a little bit on the outdoor dining options. We will have outdoor dining options for school lunch at all of our schools. And I have been at a number of schools over the last week, and I've seen some of the really great ideas that principals have come up with. First and foremost, a lot of tents out there to accommodate outdoor dining, creative use of covered spaces to move tables outdoors. And where we can't accommodate every child outdoors, strategies for who would go outdoors, such as your most medically fragile students. You would ensure that they could have an outdoor dining option if the families requested and choose that. So there's been a lot of work and thinking about that, but that's not the only way we're mitigating lunchrooms. In our elementary schools, we have commandeered the stage area, so we've expanded the size of the lunchroom so we can spread kids out more in that way as well. So they're really thinking about that lunch space because we know that's an area of concern as it relates to COVID mitigation. So I'm really pleased that every school has found an outdoor dining option. And it won't accommodate every child, but I don't believe every child will want it, but there will definitely be more space available. I do want to be clear, that does create some challenges for us because that's a larger area to supervise. And at a time when getting paras and everybody hired is a little bit of a challenge. So there's also some thought around how we can safely supervise those larger lunchroom spaces as well. We do have some food service challenges, however. And ironically, I saw a headline flash on my phone just before this meeting started about Seattle area restaurants struggling to get food deliveries. Well, think of us as a giant restaurant, and we are struggling to get food deliveries. To those ends, we will have to, there'll be a message that will go out about lunches tomorrow because I know the board is aware of this, but through the FDA program, all of what I would consider the standard lunch is free to all students. So it's wonderful. We're excited about that, but that could also be a big increase in the demand for that right at a time when we're not able to get the supplies for that lunch. My hope is that those supply chains will continue to improve, but there are some challenges there. So we will be requesting for those families initially who can send their child with a lunch to do so if possible, so that we have enough foodstuffs for those families that really truly do rely on us and our free lunch program. So that's a little bit of a challenge for us. We also have a challenge with some staffing. So again, if somebody's interested in working for one of the top employers in Washington State, I would encourage you to consider working for the Issaquah School District. And we do have some food service openings as well. And it is a lot of fun to be in a lunchroom with kids, I have to tell you. It's a little noisy, but it's a lot of fun. Another potential area of challenge is in the lack of bus drivers. We do have the ability to operate all of our routes. Some have been consolidated, and we're never really quite sure exactly what bus loads are going to be, how many families are going to choose to use the bus system or not. And historically, we've been balancing loads and routes the first week or two of the school year. I would anticipate a fair amount of that will happen this year. We also have 2 more schools in the system, so we've done a lot of redistricting and rebounding in the system that could cause a little bit of confusion. I would hope that our community will be patient with us and give us some grace as that system works out. But the good news is we do have all of our routes covered. I don't believe we have any subs in the system right now, so it's very, very tight. We do have new hires in the pool. Remember, a bus driver has to go through quite a training process and a CDL and all of that. So it does take a little time. But I just have to say the transportation staff has just been doing a wonderful job You may have noticed that I saw one headline in the national media that said something like 90% of public school districts in America are looking for bus drivers. So if you're interested in a great career driving amazing students around this community, consider driving a bus for the Issaquah School District. I wanted to touch a little bit on grounds and maintenance. They have been out beautifying those campuses. And I know we've received a couple of communications regarding campus grounds, but I also want to remind people that we often wait until closer to the start of the school year before we do the final grounds push so that the campuses will look really good for the start of school. If we go out too early and do all the weeding and everything like that, often it grows back right by the time school starts. I don't know if that would have happened too much in this super dry summer that we've had, but so a lot of times a building will look its worst in terms of its grounds a week or two before the start of the school year, but it will look really good the day school starts. So that's partly what people are observing, and that's not uncommon, and that has nothing really to do with COVID. It's just been a way that we have functioned for many, many years. And then as been referenced tonight, finally, just a reminder to look at the district FAQ page. It is a wonderful source of information and updated frequently. As this information changes and gets updated, we update it. We learn when we have these kinds of conversations. We get questions asked, we go research those questions, and then we try to put that information into the FAQ pages. But I also would encourage you to look at your individual school communications. I follow all of our schools for their specific information on your school and your school's COVID handbook, because each campus is a little bit different. So there might be some uniqueness, but I've just been really proud of the principals. They've been working really hard to push as much information out, linking back to our FAQs, recording short video messages, and really trying to do everything they can to push as much information to help people feel comfortable as they are preparing to return to school. So do continue to look at those FAQ pages, do continue to read the e-newses coming from your building and checking the websites at your buildings. We just had another video go out today that myself and Executive Director Martin Turney and Deputy Superintendent Almy and Executive Director Andrea McCormick recorded some more information. There's so much information, though it's hard to put it all in one document or one place. So that's why we have the FAQs. We've been pushing out video messages, and the individual buildings have been pushing out messages too. But again, I would just say before we open it up for questions, I have never been prouder of the staff and the efforts that they have been putting forward to prepare for this opening of the school year. And that doesn't mean all of the normal things that we do to prepare for a school year haven't been happening either. The professional development. I visited classrooms today, and teachers are busy making those classrooms look warm and welcoming and inviting. And as was noted by some of the public comment, we are going to double and triple down on creating a welcoming environment, because we know that our students are coming back, frankly, from a trauma. And we want to help address their social, emotional, and their well-being as priority one as we transition, and teaching all the COVID protocols. And as I said a couple of weeks ago, this is going to eat up some of that traditional academic time, but I think it's going to be time well spent to care for the students, prepare them to keep themselves and the campuses safe. And we will certainly transition into the academics that our school district is so good at doing, and our students are so high performing in that way. So those were the things that I wanted to share. And then, of course, I'm available and the staff is available for any questions that the board might have as well.
Okay, well, I know that, excuse me, I said that we would do public input and then questions, but because we had a lot of public input on this, can you speak for just a moment to the conversation we just had with public health about notifying elementary classrooms if there's a COVID case and how that's going to play out?
Yeah, and that's I see Dr. Almia, who is our district COVID supervisor, coming up, and while he's doing that has changed just recently, that guidance there. So we do have some kind of breaking information to share. So maybe Dr. Almia, I'll have you cover that one.
Thank you, Superintendent Thiele. Josh Almy, Deputy Superintendent. As I mentioned in the work study, but as I see almost 100 people on Zoom, there's a lot of folks that unfortunately didn't get a chance to hear that. So I think it's great that we're able to reiterate it one more time. Obviously, the guidance from King County Public Health changes as the pandemic has changed. It was their guidance last spring and throughout the school year last year that at the elementary level that we would contact close contacts when there was a positive case. Their guidance now, as of today, we call King County Public Health probably every couple of days because not only do questions come up, but we also recheck our own thinking on other things with them as well. And we did ask the question around notifying an entire elementary class when there was a positive COVID case. And it is the recommendation that moving forward that we do that. So executive directors Ryan Van and Mandel and I will be working tomorrow and on Monday to make sure that our COVID supervisors at our elementary schools are equipped to do that and that we provide them the support that they need. So that is a new piece of guidance from King County Public Health that we just learned today. A little bit different from last year, and we will get that on the FAQs tomorrow as well. So folks out there in the Issaquah School District know that that is going to be a bit of a change in how we do things at the elementary level.
Okay, and we would still then tell people whether or not their particular kiddo was a close contact.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So, and I wanted to bring that up before I go to public input because we have gotten a ton of email regarding this. And I think what you just said is going to put a lot of families more at ease on how we're handling positive COVID cases among elementary students. So with that, I will open it up to public input. If you have anything that you want to speak to on this particular topic, please raise your virtual hand. That looks like a thumbs up. Is that a hand? No, that's okay. Now there's a hand.
Yeah.
Okay, Judy Gaffney.
Are we there?
Yes.
Okay, great that we're going to do it for elementary students. Are we going to do it for middle school and high school as well?
I don't believe the guidance is the same for middle and high school, Dr. Almy. I know you're going to let you make your way up there because I know it's a little more complicated than that too.
Yeah, it's a little bit more complicated at the secondary level. The guidance was for elementary. We will continue to ask the question, and we also work with neighboring school districts about what they do. And that question has come up a couple of times as well. We have not landed as of yet on a way to notify larger amounts of people at the secondary level, but we are continuing to dialogue with King County Public Health and our neighboring districts about if there's anything that they are doing or recommending that we are not doing. But at this point right now, the guidance of notifying a whole class was for elementary. That was the guidance we got today from King County Public Health, not at secondary. But as we have done throughout the pandemic for the 17 months, we will monitor and adjust all of our practices as we move forward.
Totally appreciate that. Can you tell me why it would be more difficult to notify people? I mean, we know the class list.
This isn't really a Q&A at this point. I mean, I let him answer the first one because that was a logical thing, but
awesome,
I didn't get into
awesome. Just expressing my concerns.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate that.
And as Dr. Almy said, if we do get changed guidance and updating, we will certainly make that public as well.
Okay, and looks like Sarah Woody has her hand.
You remember?
Hi again. I wanted to, say that I agree that we've got a bunch of kids in trauma and a bunch of kids, especially little kids, that are going to be shocked to be around so many of their fellow classmates after a whole year out. And just echoing the woman who spoke earlier there with you at the meeting about mental health and counselors. Do we have enough? Because I know that when I was looking at the teachers who were cut at the end of the year because of budget concerns, it looked to me that a lot of the mental health counselors were let go. I could be wrong, but it looked like that. And so I am just expressing my support to, can we get them back? Or how do we ensure that there are enough of those professionals, mental health counselors, to meet the needs of the students across all of the high schools? That is an excellent pursuit. And I thank you for prioritizing it. And I just want to make sure that we have enough of them for all of our students. And then I'm not sure if this is the right time, but if it's not, I just want to get it out there. It seems like a lot of school districts have the remote option. And I just want to ask or ensure, is the Issaquah School District ready to pivot to remote if it's necessary? We haven't talked about it. It seems like it's not something that was prepared for in the budget, but will it be quickly available if the need arises? Because I know lots of parents are wanting it, asking for it, maybe moving to other school districts so they could get it. And I think that it's important to address. Thank you.
Thank you for your input. I do want to clarify that we ultimately kept all of the counselors and the mental health counselors in place. Last time I looked, we did have a couple open positions. I don't know if those have been filled.
Yeah, it may be that we have open positions, but not as a result of the reduction in force. You'll recall that last spring, that was a priority return of the board, and that was done. However, like I say, there could be open positions. They're not a result of the reduction in force. And our intent is to be fully staffed for our mental health counselors and our guidance counselors in our schools.
So like I said, public input, not really a Q&A, but when there's a really simple A, I like to give it. So I will open it up to, oh, did we have one more? I'm sorry. People raise their hands late and I don't see it. Erin Bells.
Hi there, Erin Bells. I am a mother of a student at Beaver Lake Middle School, or going to be a student in 6th grade. I just want to comment really quick about what you guys spoke to about elementary age students being notified as a whole class if someone is COVID positive. I'm really struggling to understand why 6th graders at a minimum would also not fall into that same category. Largely because they are not vaccinated as well. They're in cohorts, but cohorts that switch off into 6 periods. So really actually at more risk than even the cohorts of just simply elementary staying in one classroom the whole time. So I'm really hoping you guys find a way to really figure out how to keep 6th graders a heck of a lot more safe and sort of treat them more like elementary because they're not vaccinated. Thank you.
Thank you for your input. I'm going to take 2 more and then I'm going to stop because it gets really confusing when people keep raising their hands at the last minute. So Aditya, I don't know if I'm pronouncing that correctly, and then Malia afterwards. There she is.
Hi. So my daughter is in 4th grade, and I've noticed that, we all know that these elementary kids are not vaccinated. So I am actually trying to ask, why we don't have an online option when other school districts are providing this online option, especially for the elementary school kids who are not vaccinated. And as other lady asked, are we ready to have online option immediately if needed?
Thank you. And Malia Wilkinson.
Hi there. Sorry about that. I was having issues with my mute. I've got a couple quick things and I'm going to try to talk quickly so I don't take too much time. The first, I would like to sort of echo what's been said, that while I understand that maybe it has not been stipulated that you need to announce that if there's COVID in classes other than elementary, that it seems like it's a natural and understandable progression of the same rule, given that many of us have either people at home who are high risk or who have younger kids at home who will be high risk. So if my kid is in a class with a COVID positive and I'm not told, and somebody in my home is high risk, that's endangering them. So it just seems like it would be a very simple next step of logic that if there's a COVID in a class, the whole class is contacted. I'm not understanding any logic not to do that, other than it sounds like it's difficult for you, but I think that should be a thing we consider. The second piece I want to talk about is close contact. So I spoke with L&I about this because I'm very concerned. And they reiterated to me that close contact is if you're within 3 feet. It is not if you are within 3 feet from the middle of desk to middle of desk, which is how you are currently figuring out 3 feet, but it's between 3 feet of people. And I spoke with 2 people at L&I who have confirmed this. So it's not, if my kid is sitting next to somebody and it's your measurement from middle of desk to middle of desk, they are considered close contact because it's not 3 feet between those people. I'm happy to provide those sources, but I have confirmed this twice, and I'd like the board to be aware that the definition that you all have decided to go to for 3 feet precludes the assumption that they are not within close contact. So I want to make sure that's really, really clear and you guys are aware of that. And I'm stating it in the public now that this is a thing. And then finally, I just want to say that I just heard about the counselors and everybody who was RIF'd was brought back. But how many people who were RIF'd chose not to come back? And that's why we have openings for counselors. I would be very curious about that because it's concerning to me that we made those choices back then. So that's my whole input. I really hope we keep each other safe and we think about the bigger picture. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your input. Now I am going to go to board questions. I guess I'll start with the Zoomies. And Sydney, I know that you gave Ron some written questions, so if you don't want to strain your voice, he can go with those. I don't know if you have anything.
Or could we start with the question about, go back into the counselors, the fact that during our reduction in force, right after we did it, we did the restoration of our mental health counselors and the guidance counselors in our school. So that really, we still have all the counselors, or the positions for counselors that we did beforehand. I mean, it's been reshuffled a little bit because we have new buildings, right? So I get that, but that we restored those things.
Right, and I think it was really the mental health counselors that we contract through Swedish, where I remembered that we had 1 or 2 openings.
Yeah, that could be. Some of those have been hard to fill at times, but no, you're correct, Director Moore. Those positions were restored. Did we lose any as a result of an initial RIF? Based on the comment just from the community member, I don't know to that detail, but we have, and I would point out when I say we've restored those counseling positions, we had just added a bunch of those counseling positions about 1.5 years earlier to the highest level that we've ever had in the district. So we are back at that full-time elementary, at least 2 at every middle school. But remember now we have 6, not 5 middle schools. So we used to have 3, and the numbers at the high schools remain the same as well.
And I think we also, since they have to remind people that staff moves around between school districts every year. So people are always choosing to sometimes leave and go to other school districts, and we're needing to hire. So the fact that we have to hire new people doesn't mean anything bad. It's just that sometimes people choose to move to school districts that are closer. Their family have different situations, and it's just a normal process.
It is. We have historically pretty good continuity here in the Issaquah School District, but any employer of our size can expect to have about a 10% turnover in their employees on an annual basis. I believe that's kind of a rule of thumb.
So just to be clear, with 2 new schools, we needed more counselors.
Well,
those mental health, Swedish mental health counselors, correct?
No, what we did, Director Moraldo, was we had 3 counselors in the large middle school. So we would take one of the 3
Okay.
and from one school to put it at the new school and another. So we actually just shifted some around.
Yeah, but I think they're talking counselors and she's talking mental
The
health.
mental health, I'm talking mental health counselors, but they are not our employees. We didn't rip them
Yeah,
at
right.
any point. So we did not lose those mental health counselors based on a riffing.
Well, we could have, because we could have chosen not to continue the contract.
No, but I'm saying we made our RIF decision, but we made our decision to keep the mental health stuff before we ever sent out. We didn't notify Swedish, by the way, we're canceling those
Yeah, I
prior to the end of the school year because we had made that decision just like a week later.
yeah. So I don't believe we ever did have to notify Swedish of a cut. But we didn't reduce the number, but we didn't increase the number. I think we were at 12, if I understand it. And that they're deployed primarily to the secondary, but then with some floaters for elementary.
Superintendent briefly, Jake Cooper, Chief Financial Officer. I believe we're up a half to 1 because we made Pine Lakes a full-time and then had to add another middle school. So on the Swedish counselor front, we're actually up slightly.
Okay.
So,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so I'm sorry, but who's got questions? Sydney.
Yeah, I guess let's stay with the staffing for now. We've gotten a number of questions around classroom size and teacher numbers. And I know we've addressed this point a number of times, but I think it's worth doing that again. I mean, my understanding is we staff, particularly for teachers. I know we've done the employment shout out for bus drivers, parents, all sorts of roles, but for teachers, we staff to the size, to the number of students that come to school. So I'd love to just step through again. I think there's an anxiety or a concern back to this idea of having having a reduction in force, that reduction in force has somehow caused increased class sizes. And my understanding is that is just not how the math works, that the class sizes is an average. That average is based on the number of students that we actually have enrolled. And when enrollment goes up, we increase the number of teachers. I'd love to just step through that one more time. And if I'm incorrect in how that works, to get better educated.
Yeah, no, you're basically correct, Director Mullings. To be clear, we staffed at the exact same ratio that we have for the last several years. So, for example, a K-3 classroom is staffed at a 19 to 1 ratio, I believe is the ratio. And there is a margin of 2 or 3 float on either side. But those ratios did not change. Now, remember, we lost 1,100 students, so we needed fewer teachers for that. A lot of what the board has, the emails that you've received, actually, if you recall back in previous years, it's not uncommon when entering 4th and 5th grade, a lot of times parents, that's where there is a jump up in class sizes. That has happened for many, many years. 4th and 5th grade classes run at a higher ratio than do K-3 classes. 6th through 8 classes run at a higher ratio as do high school classes. So we use the exact same formula. And the way that staffing works too, and I should be clear to folks, it's still happening. We are staffing typically right up through the first month of the school year. So we put out the staffing based on the projected enrollment, and then we go through the EVP process. And if in a particular school at a particular grade level, the numbers are higher and exceeding that, the way this works is the principal picks up the phone, has a conversation with Mr. Cooper, with their executive director, their supervisor, and they might say, hey, in my 4th grade, I've got 4 sections and I've got 2 of them running at 29 and the others are running at 28. So I'm above the staffing average. My numbers are kind of high. It looks like I've got a few more families in the queue to register. I really could use an extra teacher. Then the business office and Mr. Cooper and myself and the executive directors look at that, and we look across the district at all schools, all grade levels, and make a determination where the need is. And if there is a need there, then an additional staff member is released. There have been additional staff members being released for hire for the last week and a half since the EVP process ended. And there is hiring currently happening. The good news is, except for in hard to fill, a few hard to fill areas like some world languages, we have a pretty good pool of available teachers right now. So I'm confident that we will likely, and it's not the most desirable thing to do, but those of us who have taught and been in education a long time know this is not uncommon. We will hire teachers right up through this weekend. And I know that there are interviews scheduled to happen tomorrow, and there will be, in some cases, teachers will be added. I've actually, as a principal, even in this district, added teachers as late as October. Now, I will tell you, principals don't like that. They want to get those done. Even if you can get it hired hours before school starts, it's better than having to do it once the school year starts, because you have to break up classes then and reform a new class. And nobody really likes that if you can avoid it. But you have to be careful though, too, because if you overstaff, then you end up, because as you know, we hire for a 1-year contract, you've overspent your staffing budget, if you will. And that can be problematic, especially in tight economic times. So the fact is that we are staffing at the same ratios. Now, I would also remind you, not just the phenomena of a normal increase from 3rd to 4th and 5th grade class sizes. Last year, because of our significant decline in enrollment, and then the way we brought kids back for in-person learning, we had incredibly small class sizes. We were overstaffed, and Mr. Cooper can give the exact number, but we were overstaffed by many teachers last year.
130.
By 130 teachers last year. And so, yeah, we had some amazing class sizes. And if you sent your student back to in-person learning and half the kids didn't come, you might have been sitting in a class of 12, even high school classes of 8. Well, that's not sustainable economically from the way the funding model in Washington State works. And so, yes, you might be experiencing, wow, the classes feel bigger. I would say if you go back and you look 2 years, go back before COVID, we're right in the same range that we were. And I will also point out that historically, Issaquah School District class sizes have been quite good when compared to surrounding districts as well.
Yeah, and I think you bring up a really important point. We're not being arbitrary about this. There is money from the state legislature for K-3 class size reduction. So the legislature says those classes should be smaller because that's where critical learning happens. And so it is conceivable that when school ended, your kiddo was in a 2nd grade class of 18 kids, let's say, and now you come back and they're in a 4th grade class of 27 kids. And that is entirely possible. It is totally within the ratios that the state gives us in order to do our class sizes. And it's shocking, it's startling, but it could absolutely happen. The other thing is, kids don't attend school in even multiples of 20 or 25. So there has to be a decision made. Are we going to run 3 classes kind of big or 4 classes kind of small? And I've seen things from teachers saying, well, my 5th grade class is the biggest it's ever been. Entirely possible. Mm-hmm. At a neighboring school, somebody else's 5th grade class might be the smallest it's ever been. We try really hard to mitigate all that so the numbers aren't shocking. It's never perfect because kids don't attend school in even multiples. But the formulas have not changed, and I think that's a really important point. I know you said it, he's going to say it, I'm going to say it, because we've gotten an awful lot of emails of people who think that's not true.
And so I just want to do again, in simple words. The RIC has nothing to do with the size of the classes.
Correct.
we have an enrollment process by which people say, am I sending my child to school? From that, we get counts of students. There are ratios by sections of grades, K3, 4-5, 6-8, et cetera, that are set. And the list of people who say they're sending their kid is matched to those numbers, and then a decision is made. And that decision is still being made. So we get this question often. It seems to be an area of great stressor for people. So I just think it's really important that that people understand this. That's why the registration process is so important, why it has to happen, and that after that data is received, then decisions get made, hiring gets made and gets completed. So this moment of tension we're in, again, of where we may be hearing communication of these large class sizes, that this is the natural work. And so I think that's really important for us to spend a minute on. So thank you.
And Director Mullins, to your point, this is Jacob Cooper again.
Is your mic on?
It is, sorry.
Okay. Yeah, I have to get in there close and really.
To your point, HR staff and myself yesterday went through some enrollment numbers for a few. We have a watch list. I have a watch list in my office of problem sections and I'm talking about problem from a class size perspective, where they're on the bubble. And we made a decision yesterday to release another 4 elementary certificated staff members. And, when we call the principal and we have those conversations, it's always like, our goal, and superintendent's made it our goal, is to get that teacher, particularly in elementary, before Meet the Teacher takes place, because that's when, once that student and that family meet the teacher, then you have that difficulty of splitting the classrooms up. So our goal every year is to put the right amount of teachers in front of the right amount of students. And to that end, we are getting the full K3 funding from the legislature. So your K3, your K class size right now is at 18 district-wide. We're at 18 at first grade, 19.2 at second as of today, 20.8 to be exact at third, and then 22.8 at fourth, and 23.4 respectively at fifth grade. So those are your actual numeric class sizes at all. Then there's 408 elementary sections of general ed instruction. So again, we do have a few sections, as you talked about. The highest class size I currently have as of today's enrollment is 26 and a half at a fourth grade classroom, and then another 26 on the average at a fifth grade classroom. So those are your top class sizes currently.
So I think that might be a good opportunity for our Director of Communications, Lisha Ingalls, to send out a social media post listing our average class sizes, K6 or K5, because I've been on the quote losing end of those averages. When I had a kindergartner with, yes, the district average was 18 for the class size. My kindergarten class was 25. And at that time with Discovery, there wouldn't have been a physical space to put another kindergarten classroom. And so we all recognized that it just was what it was. And Sunny Hills had beautiful 17-person kindergarten classes just, down the street. And so I think that's part of what it is as a community and a learning community together, that sometimes we're in classes that are really small and sometimes we're in bigger classes. And as what President Weaver said, it's all about the averages, and sometimes the averages work out and sometimes they don't. But I think the messaging to go out is that, hey, this is where we are and this hasn't changed. And maybe if you even had a comparison to what it was pre-pandemic in 2018-19, so you could show our community what it was, and that would be just one more opportunity for transparency, so our community can know that we're returning back to our normal operations.
Easily done.
And tied in with that is the fact that we opened a new elementary school, which allowed us to spread out kids into more buildings. So we also appreciate the community that let us build Cedar Trails Elementary, which
That's
we're
right.
very excited to open.
Yeah, and I understand that this year, because there is a kind of routineness to the emails that you've received. However, obviously there's a greater concern given COVID around class size. So I think that has caused for a little bit more concern about this than we have historically experienced. But I do think it's important to note that it's not a result of a reduction in force. The reduction in force, as was pointed out in the budget hearing from last week, was more about right sizing the staff to the actual numbers of students in the district.
And there are celebrations of the elementary. We have Grand Ridge kindergartners back. And the superintendent was going to talk about that, but it's the first time in many, many years.
That was in my works in progress, but let's celebrate that now. K has returned to Grand Ridge.
That's a big deal. We've been working on that as a system for many years. And to all your point, we did pass a bond issue and are opening up Cedar Trails and Cougar Mountain Middle School, and that has allowed us, along with the declining enrollment, enough space to add enough sections to drive that class size down right to compliance levels at K3. So,
okay. Do I have other questions from the board? Harlan's nodding. Oh, go ahead.
I would like to hear some more details on the transition to remote learning and what would trigger that and how that would actually happen. I have pretty big concerns that we are launching school, and I know there's layers of mitigation, but I also know what I'm living on my day job. And it's like nothing I've ever seen. So I want to know what are the triggers and how is that going to be actualized for pivoting classrooms or schools to remote learning?
Yeah.
Be necessary.
So one of the things I will say, we have focused most of our communication on what we've been hearing from the public in terms of COVID mitigation, but I do want everybody on the board to know, and I appreciate the question from Dr. Gallinger, that we are planning scenarios behind the scenes for the what ifs, if you will. So everywhere from how will we serve a student who has to be quarantined because of COVID or close contact? How will we ensure that they will be able to access their learning? What if we have to close an entire class? What if we have to close an entire school, or if we are shut down again? And so even just today, I was in a planning meeting with how would we distribute hotspots to those who need them in the event that we have to go fully remote. And a plan was being put in place so it would be there when we need it. We're going to be a little proactive with hotspots too, because we do have certain populations of students that we think will need them regardless, even in the in-person learning, because one of the neat things that has come out of our ISD Live experience is our teachers are much more adept in using a learning management system now, and it's becoming more critical that kids can access their schoolwork remotely all the time when they're at home as well. So we do know that, and you know that we put out hundreds and hundreds of, in fact, I think close to 2,000 hotspots last year. But interestingly, about 900 of those never really got used. We learned that as well. So we have to be a little judicious in how we do it. So we're formulating a plan. Computer distribution. We know that was a big deal when we were forced into full remote. How can we, and we've given a lot of thought to that too. A couple of things there. We are piloting a one-to-one at our middle school. So we have 3 grade levels that's not an issue. So we've taken care of that with the one-to-one pilot. We know also that when we initially closed in March of 20, we actually closed on the Friday before the Monday that the governor mandated the close. And if you'll go back in time to that, there were some unique things happening in our community. One, that some districts around us had already closed. We were getting a lot of communications asking us to close the schools at that time. And if you'll recall, there was snow in the forecast for that Friday. And what prompted me to call then President Moraldo was we were down to no extra bus drivers, and we weren't sure if we were going to be able to run the system adequately. And then with the threat of snow, the governor announced he was closing the schools on Monday. We just decided to close on Friday. Seemed logical. What we missed in that, by not having the kids come on Monday, we lost an opportunity to hand them a computer. And that created a lot of work for the system to have to either have parents come in or in many instances, actually delivering a computer to the home. So, ideally, if we see that a situation like that coming, and we may not be able to, and we have a process by distributing computers if the students aren't there, but we've already talked about proactively getting computers in the hands of kids before they were sent home for a school closure. So that's another part of the planning. As far as having a specific, what would be the number, Dr. Gallinger? One, if it's for a full closure, we would be working closely with the Department of Health. I mean, they may actually even be the ones that would close us at some point. But there has been thought and planning that has gone into that as it relates to making sure that they would have the technology to access via remote learning. They would have the internet access that if they don't have it, and ways that we would distribute that if we need be. So there has been some thought and planning that has gone into that so that our students could continue to access their education. But it is a little tricky to know, is it going to come in one-offs, or is it going to come as whole classes, or is it going to come as whole schools or whole system? So there's been thoughts and planning conversations about that, and some of that even at the building level. But it's not something we've talked a lot about because frankly, we've kind of kept our communication time to the fully 5-day-a-week opening the schools for in-person learning. And I don't know if the team has more to add to that, or but that's kind of some of the work that's been going on behind the scenes as we've planned for some of the what if scenarios. And it looks like maybe Assistant Superintendent Hood has something to add to that.
So before she goes, I think this would be, again, another opportunity for to add to the FAQs that I love that there's this planning and backroom conversations. I think our community would feel, and our staff would feel very reassured to know that, hey, these are the things that we are working on should there be contingencies needed. Because I think there's a lot of concern about the lack of remote option in our elementary through grade 6. And so knowing that there are plans in place, because I truly think that you'll be needing to use it on the classroom level within the first 2 weeks of school, personal opinion.
Yeah. Yeah, Donna, did you?
Yeah, one of the things I actually asked Superintendent Thiele to ask in his last DOH meeting was around this very topic, because I guess our labor partners, I kept wondering, is there some sort of magic number we should be thinking about and talking about and discussing together? And when Superintendent Thiele asked that question about a number of students that might close a classroom or a number of classrooms that might close a school, the answer that he got was that there really isn't such a number.
Is no metric, is what I was told.
I just want to underscore that point, that I think it speaks to your hunch that it's likely the DOH would have to direct us to close something, because I don't think there's a particular number that they're looking for right now.
And I thank you for that reminder that you asked me to ask that question, and I did. I do think that there maybe is a little bit of a not an agreement necessarily. I hear Dr. Gallinger, and I say Dr. Gallinger here because he works in the emergency room and sees COVID patients every day. Because the other thing that was shared was that truly the goal of all of this work up to this point, and this may even started pre-Delta variant, was to keep schools open. Very different than kind of the initial March of 20, where there was so little known about the virus. I think the immediate reaction was the virus is here, it's spreading, we've got to close the schools. In fact, what I'm hearing is the last thing they want to do is close a school or have to quarantine a student out of the school. So it's like the whole emphasis changed from closing schools as a mitigation effort to keeping schools open. And I appreciate your thoughts on this, Dr. Gallinger, and I appreciate that you've shared them with me as well. Privately, it makes me a little bit nervous, absolutely, but I continue to have faith in our efforts to mitigate against the virus. But it is important for people to know. If we can't adequately do it, I do believe there will be probably changes in guidance from public health. And we are trying to anticipate if that were to happen, how we would, I hate the word, but I'm going to use it anyway, how we would pivot to that in the need that we have to. We learned a lot too about how to deliver remote education last time. I will tell you, I'm on the record. I do not believe it's nearly as effective, and I believe we have data that shows that it's not nearly as effective. We are an in-person institution, and we believe that is the best for our students, not only from an academic, but from a social emotional standpoint. So my goal is not just to get the schools open next Tuesday, but my goal, my hope, our efforts are to keep the schools open in a manner that our community can rely on us again too. That's not to say that I've got my head in the sand as it relates to the Delta variant, and Dr. Gallinger has been able to share some information with me that he gets from his professional life that talks about the ability of unvaccinated children to spread this, which frankly is why I earlier made the statement I did about families mitigating, not just in the school environment with us, but also mitigating in their home environment too. I am concerned about that. We don't know right now. We heard Sarah Regal from Public Health say that they don't have any evidence that opening schools has created big spreader events, but we are dealing with something different now. So we do have to be mindful of that. So I appreciate everybody's thoughts on this. It's interesting as we're pushing hard to get in 5 days a week in person for every student. We do have to be mindful that we're still in the middle of a pandemic, and it's an evolving pandemic too.
Okay, so with the caveat that we're already a half hour past time, Sydney's got her hand up, so I'll let her go. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see Marnie. Go ahead, Sydney.
Yes. So on that point, maybe what was good about that last conversation, I just want to make sure we get the train of thought that I think could be captured. I think, again, it's helpful what's been listed in the FAQ, the fact that there's planning underway, but the clarity in the conversation we just had, which is that planning will be, I'll call it 3-tiered in nature. Contingency for, individuals who need to be out of school, whole classrooms, whole school, whole system. I think we already have all the individual information, at least a good bit of it, but those three, the whole classroom, whole school, whole system, I think it would be great to just, I'm not saying we need necessarily the detail on exactly what we will enact, but at least to clarify that the plan will encompass those 3 levels of planning, as well as, what would the plan include? Distribution of equipment and materials, ability to access the learning management systems, ability, connectivity ability. But I think if we could just outline that a little bit more clearly, that there's that not only just that plans are underway, but that there's tiers of planning that will potentially be required. And that in order to make that decision, we'll look for the guidance of public health. I think that just helps bring it to a little bit more crispness in the communication.
Thank you. And I'm sorry, Marnie.
That's okay. Now I know how Harlan feels when he sits on the end.
On the end where nobody can see you.
Yeah. So there's just a couple of things I wanted to address with the public comment that we had. Number one, I've talked about it before. Harlan and I, Dr. Gallinger and I meet with other school directors in our area. So Bellevue, Lake Washington, Mercer Island, and North Shore. They all are offering a remote option that is not like what we offered as a remote option. They are offering basically the same thing WAVA is. So when we suggest to our families, disenroll from ours, enroll there, that's what that remote option is. They are not getting what you got with hours of daily instruction on camera. And so I know that for a fact from talking to those. In fact, Mercer Island also was not providing a remote option. The second thing I wanted to mention is there was a comment about, again, the spacing of students at elementary, I think specifically but regardless, throughout the system. And we asked that question specifically of Sarah when she was here discussing it. And really the answer is that these are all about layered mitigations. And so no mitigation is perfect in and of itself. It is the layering of the mitigations, and a 3-inch difference is not going to matter. And it is about contact between students. Teachers are still supposed to maintain a larger distance between students and between other adults in the building. So that, so a discussion with LNI discusses teachers and the adults in the building, not the students. So I wanted to clarify those two things before we moved on.
President Weaver, if I might, related to Director Moraldo's point, I think I should, and I'm not going to reiterate everything I've said as to why we took the approach we did for remote learning. But Director Moraldo is correct. In conversations with a lot of the parents, what they really want is not what we would call online or remote learning. They want ISD live, because our amazing teachers created something last year with a live streamed, option that was recorded. So you could literally attend class, but if you couldn't, it was recorded so you could go back. It was wonderful, but it was a tremendous effort. And we marshaled all the resources of our district to make that happen. And we can't replicate that program and put the resources to our in-person, which is our absolute priority. So we made a decision to go with the already taxpayer-funded OSPI accredited online schools for one important reason was we make an assumption that one of the things driving people to that, particularly elementary parents, is the lack of vaccination. And if we are of the belief that a lot of those families, when a vaccination becomes available for their child, they'll want their child vaccinated, and then they'll want their child back in-person learning, and we will welcome them back with open arms. But if we create an online school like it had been discussed and thought about, and like is available in some places, often it's a year commitment from the family, because we sign 1-year contracts with teachers. And what we didn't want to have was we hire a bunch of teachers and spend millions of dollars to stand something up that by April, there's nobody left there, but we're still have all the teachers. So there was a practical reason that we chose to put our resources into our online, our in-person, not our online program, to use the online schools that were already there that are taxpayer funded. And I get it. They are mostly an asynchronous type of schooling. Online schooling is not what ISD Live was. And so there were, we thought about all of this and ultimately made the decision. And like I've said many times, you can access an online school, you can homeschool, you can do those things without making a full year commitment. And when you're ready to come back into in-person schooling, we will welcome you to do so. And we pushed out information about online registering for, if that's what you wanted to do, way back at the end of May of last year. And we pushed that out several times. And as I mentioned at the last meeting, one of our incredible staff members, Debbie Romano, has fielded hundreds of phone calls helping parents use the K-12, OSPI K-12 system to find an online program or school that they want to attend. And I think a lot of, for online schooling, I think that that's what they do. And they probably do it better than we could have just created on the fly there as well. And then lastly, I will say, thank you for kind of clarifying, Director Moraldo, when a district says, some districts have created an online school. Absolutely. Many will say our online school or our online option. And when you look into it, it's basically one of the WAVA schools. So it's not all that different. We thought rather than selecting one program and driving everybody to the same program, we knew that there was a menu of choices there in the K-12 program through OSPI, and people could access those. So, and there's more to the decision And you can read that in our FAQs, and I spoke to that at the last meeting, and I know we're running long.
No, actually, though, I appreciate that you spoke to that because that is something we've gotten a lot of questions about. So I'd like to move to the next agenda item if we're all good. Harlan's got his hand up.
Sorry. But before I ask my question, I definitely want to acknowledge all of our teachers and paraprofessionals and office staff and bus drivers and food service that have been the orchestra, as you described, Superintendent, getting ready for our students and all the work that they've been doing and all the work they did over the summer. And it's really incumbent on us in this room to show them that we have their health and safety at the utmost priority. And I think we intend to do that. So thank you for all the work that they're doing. I do have if our goal is to keep students and staff as mitigated as possible and our schools open as much and as long as possible, I do have a concern about curriculum nights. And I think that bringing in a bunch of adults across the community into buildings makes me nervous. And I'm not sure that the benefit outweighs the risks, which are many. So I'm even a little concerned about Meet the Teacher at our elementary level, but certainly with curriculum nights, I have a lot of concern. So question on our administrative team's thoughts on that.
Yeah, I know I've heard that as well, Dr. Gallinger, and I've actually even heard some feedback that some parents have shared. On the one hand, it's kind of a compliment that our schools have been opening themselves up over the course of the summer and making themselves available, and teachers, the schedules have gotten out earlier at the secondary and so forth, that the need for curriculum night and the desire for families to attend may not be as great. And I also believe that there are going to be some, at least some of the general messaging that you would normally hear from the administrative staff will also be dropped online in a YouTube type format. So if somebody doesn't want to attend, they won't lose the ability to gather that information, that message from the building principal and the like. So I appreciate that feedback, Dr. Gallinger, and it's probably something that my team needs to go back and have a discussion with. I know there was in our letter of agreement for the opening, there was contemplation of curriculum night, and there was a desire to kind of, I think we said, please, just one parent per student and everything. But, even that was negotiated like 5 weeks ago. And I don't know how open folks are to rethinking that idea of curriculum night or going back to a virtual curriculum night or something like that. But that's, often what happens after a board meeting like this is my team and we get back together the next morning and we talk about what we heard and learned. And sometimes we have to revisit decisions that have been made. So as we've said multiple times, we have to be somewhat nimble and flexible when it comes to managing and leading during a pandemic like this. So I don't think anything is off the table. Now, I know some of those are scheduled to start happening pretty quickly. So some of my principals and executive directors might be cringing right now at what I'm saying, but this is not the first time that I've heard a concern potentially about bringing large numbers of adults into a school.
Haven't the curriculum nights been spread out over more nights? Maybe I haven't been to an elementary curriculum night in a long time where it used to just be everybody went the same night.
Oh, no, they went away. Most of our elementaries had to go away to just like there's the K2 night or the K3 night. And so, yes,
it just seemed like it was more spread out than would otherwise, but maybe that's not even enough to help reduce the number of people in the building.
I think that's and as I look at Dr. Gallinger shaking his head, I think he would say, yeah, that better. I would suspect, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, Harlan, but I would suspect what you would advocate for would be more of a virtual curriculum night, if of anything.
Yeah, I think that we need to do everything we can to keep our staff and students safe and our buildings as clean and open and ventilated as possible. So I don't see the upside That's all.
Appreciate that input.
Okay, I'm going to move us to the next agenda item. Thank you very much for everybody and for their questions. And Dave, I'm really sorry we left you hanging there for 45 minutes. But next on the agenda is a safety and security update by our Director of Security, Dave Montalvo.
Yeah, and Executive Director Turney, who is Dave's direct supervisor, will be helping him as well. And let me just say, I really appreciate this. And this is not just 45 minutes late, President Weaver. I think Director Montalvo has been ready to give this presentation for about 2 years, even prior to COVID. He was thinking like this. In fact, Dave shared with me the first day officially he was on the job, he started thinking about, and he spends a lot of time thinking about safety security in the ISD. But a lot of this conversation was waylaid by the pandemic, as so many things were. All of our focus last year was spent on creating our remote options and then getting our students back in. So I want to make it's important to me for our public to know this is not in response really to anything other than Director Montalvo and Mr. Turney and our team looking at ways to do safety and security and maximize our resources and provide that service to the best of our ability. Now, this conversation got highlighted as with the whole Black Lives Matter movement after the murder of George Floyd and the conversation around SROs and all of that. And that's a very important conversations to have. But this is actually a broader context than that. This is something that Dave and the team have been working on for a long time. As I said, it just kind of had to get put on the shelf for about 18 months. So Dave, welcome. You finally got your chance to say what you wanted to say a long time ago, and thank you.
Well, good evening, everybody, and thank you very much for, thank you to the board, President Weaver, Board of Directors, Superintendent Thiele for the opportunity to present tonight's district safety and security update. I'm very excited to share some of the items that we as a district team have put into place to ensure the safety and security of our students and staff. A little bit about myself. Obviously, Dave Montalvo, Director of Safety and Security. I spent 6 years in the United States Marine Corps as a military policeman and as a drill instructor down in San Diego, teaching new recruits. I spent 30 years as a deputy with the King County Sheriff's Office, where I was a SWAT officer, SRO, master police officer or corporal, and a motorcycle officer. For the last 4 years, I've had the privilege to serve as the Issaquah School District's first Director of Safety and Security. And I spent my last 15 years, like I mentioned before, as the SRO at Liberty High School and all the feeder schools on the South End. And also, I had the honor to cover then Dr. Bailey's school at PCMS, and also Endeavor, Executive Director Elena, her school way out there on the easternmost part of the front, if you will. Obviously, in our district, safety and security is our top priority. Our district approach is prevention, preparation, and training, and building security. The district and our buildings plan and practice safety and emergency preparation, response, and recovery. These efforts involve students, staff, parents, as well as local law enforcement and fire agencies. We have established a district emergency operations plan at the building level and an executive emergency response team guide at the executive level. We continually assess district-wide safety needs, implementation of safety measures and protocols, and identify training needs to ensure responses to changing conditions. We are proud to take a comprehensive approach to school security, and I can honestly say this is possible by levy-funded resources such as school counselors, Swedish Hospital school psychologists, mental health services through our student interventions, staff, and other additional resources to help assist our community and families. Also, what we were able to do, which I was excited about, back in 2019, we put a series of community information nights together at 3 of our middle schools. We started off at Pine Lake, then went to Issaquah Middle, and down at Maywood. So we hit all our areas, and we were able to give an open town hall approach, if you will, to our security, what we do for our buildings and staff. We also have more information for our families and community on our district webpage. So if they want to get in there and click on safety, it gives them a little overview of what we provide for on a daily basis, the lockdowns, what we're required to do by the state, and other things that we put together as a team. Now that our learning is going back into brick and mortar for in-person learning, our schools will be required to participate in the state mandated rules and monthly drills. Our buildings are required to conduct one drill each month while in session. Our drills must practice the 4 basic fundamental threats or hazard responses, and those are shelter in place, lockdown, evacuation, and earthquake. Okay, I'm excited to share some of our Issaquah School District security projects. I don't know if everybody knows, but we were able to collaborate with the Transportation Department team to expand our bus paddle violation cameras. We started off at 30, and now we're at 96. So we've got the cameras on all of our major live buses, the long ones, and it has the cameras on this driver's side. And so if a driver goes by and the paddle's activated with the red lights, it's going to take your picture. It's going to send it to our vendor, Ver Mobility, for confirmation. And we've teamed up with the King County Sheriff's Office, where they will review it to make sure that there is, in fact, a violation. And that individual will receive a citation in the mail of about $419. The good thing about that is it keeps our students safe at our bus stops during pickups in the mornings and drop-offs in the afternoons. I know our unions the bus driver union was very excited to hear that we have that in place, so is our drivers. It's a great tool. And I appreciate the support from Superintendent, the board, Jake and Martin for letting us move forward with that and get them implemented on all our buses. We also installed vape detectors at all our high schools. Since June of 2020, we've had over 550 positive hits. We have emergency water delivered to each building for every student, every staff member in the district. Each classroom has an emergency backpack and bucket. And also they have newly updated district emergency procedures posters in every classroom and office space. And what that does, it has information on what to do in an earthquake, suspicious packages, intruders, or bomb threats, anything like that. It gives the individual teacher and an office manager, professional, a quick overview of what to do and the procedures to follow. Some of the things we're really proud of is we have district-wide radio upgrade. We've went through the district and upgraded repeaters and radio systems for enhanced coverage. We put more repeaters down on the south end and along the May Valley area. So we're getting coverage where we never had coverage before, and it's crystal clear. So we're very excited for that. We also have the Legend ID visitor badge system operational in all of our buildings, and that's to include the new middle school and new elementary school, where they'll be installed and trained next week. We've added additional perimeter fencing for enhanced building security. We've also added key card access points added for student and staff convenience. So if they're out in the portables, they can come up and flash a key card and gain access to the buildings. Great tool to have. And we've also added additional security screens for lockdowns. If that, heaven forbid, anything like that happens, we can pull the screens down and the intruders can't see in, but we can see out. Some of the ISD security notables, like I mentioned before, we have an executive emergency response team guide. We're updating that. I'll be handing that out on Monday's cabinet meeting. That's at cabinet level for the superintendent and all his cabinet staff. And we'll get that out this Monday. And also we'll participate in and have some tabletop exercises so we can put that to use. I think we'll skip the pandemic one. I think we got pretty good on that.
I will note that each of us has 3 of the guides that Dave just referenced, one in our vehicle, one in our home, and one in our office.
They're a great resource. So everybody gets to receive one of those if you're on the cabinet level or above, or if you're a support responder. We also have over 1,600 security cameras in place in our buildings throughout the district. And we also have several resources for admin staff and on our district intranet site or staff hub under safety and emergency preparedness. If they go in there and click on those two, we have several links on what they do to open up the schools, drills, what's in the emergency backpacks, state links for mandated items that they have to have in place and timelines. So it's a great resource for our staff and our admin staff. Some of the other items I'm really proud about. We have a soft rollout of our artificial intelligence weapon recognition system. It's in place at Issaquah High. And what that allows us to do, if the cameras are fixed, and there's also intelligence on these systems to where if a person comes in with a weapon, knife or handgun, it will automatically pick it up and isolate that and alert the security team and also the admin team so we can respond accordingly. One of the great tools we have is obviously our anonymous tip line, see something, say something. This gives the community opportunity to report possible threats against our buildings, fights, vandalisms, or anything that they want to share with us that they think is important. They can call on that, stay anonymous, and I monitor that 24/7. And we make the necessary phone calls that we can at the time that we get those if we feel that it's important enough. Another great tool we have is our social media monitoring program. It's monitored 24/7, 365 by some of our executive directors and myself. So if we get a call from our monitoring company that certain keywords are activated on self-harm or threats, they will call us personally and make sure that we know what's going on, and they will send us a link of what computer that came from. So if they're using one of our district provided computers, it will give all their information so we can track that individual down. I'm proud to say that we were able to intervene on 3 of our students over the summer and help prevent self-harm or suicide that they had thoughts. It's an invaluable tool. The parents and the community are extremely thankful, and we're just great to have that tool in our belt. It's very, very important. Thank you for the district for supplying that for us. Okay, so we're going to move on to another topic. It's our school resource officer program. The overview is currently we have 3 SROs in our high schools. They're in the city of Issaquah, Liberty down south, unincorporated King County, and up in Skyline, the city of Sammamish. They are fully commissioned police officers, and they work side by side, with their non-commissioned security officers in our buildings who are district employees. So these are contracted, fully commissioned police officers that are in our 3 high schools. Now that we have House Bill 1214, that whole program is no longer the SRO program. It's called the School Safety and Security Staff Program. So it encompasses not only the SROs, but our school security officers as well. So they are mandated to have the same training as a commissioned police officer, and the state has put that responsibility on our educational service district partners that's in Renton to help facilitate that training. And some of the topics include constitutional rights of school children, and also to recognizing and intervening students that have mental health issues. So it's a great bunch of topics that they're mandated to have the training in now. So it's a great tool to have. With that being said, the SRO roles in Washington State are changing. The new House bill really limits officers' roles and responsibilities. So it doesn't allow any officers to get involved with school discipline. It gives them limited responsibilities that they can actually participate in or intervene. It clarifies to the admin staff and teachers when they can and they can't use commissioned police officers to intervene with student issues. House Bill 1214 also mandates guidelines regarding SRO training. Sorry. House Bill 1214 mandates guidelines regarding SRO training and complaint policies, further limiting student involvement. Like I mentioned, only certain circumstances can teachers and admin ask for SROs to intervene, and it needs to be They also need to do additional reporting of why that individual was asked to intervene on their behalf. So it's really, really tightening the grip on what police officers can actually do with kids in our schools. That's statewide. Filling SRO positions has become extremely difficult due to a variety of reasons, not only in this region, but along the whole nation. Staffing shortages is really common amongst law enforcement agencies. They're so tight that they cannot fill some positions. And so to get an officer to fill an SRO position is getting relatively hard to do these days because their first concern is answering 911 calls and getting those patrol positions filled out on the street for the community. There's also no financial incentive. So to attract, some more senior officers, there's no monetary incentive. So if we have an officer that has 30 years on, they get what they call a patrol premium. So if they have more years on service, say for instance, 20, 30 years on, they can lose up to 16% patrol premium, which adds up to about $6,000 a year. So that's a huge financial loss that if that they don't have without that premium pay being in place. And also, there's just a general lack of interest from some officers that don't want to put in for the position because of all the new mandates and all the areas that they have to fill in before they can even intervene with the child. So, I mean, it's the whole dynamics is changing. Some officers want to just work 410s, where we need somebody there 5 days a week. I think it's very important that we have somebody in place every day of the week while our schools are open. So the Issaquah School District's current model with SROs is we have SROs at Issaquah High, which right now is a vacant position. Liberty High School, which the county was able to step up last week and we filled that. And Skyline High, which has always been very supportive and they really love the program. We have a longtime SRO up there at Skyline and the community up there and the police department and the administrative sergeant, very, very supportive to make sure that position is filled. And they do whatever they can to partner up with us to make sure that, their obligation is met. We have security officers at Issaquah High, Liberty High, Skyline High, and Gibson Neck. So that gives us a total of 3 SROs, 4 security officers for 7-person security force with the high schools. So the total cost on that is about $620,000 with a total coverage hours of about 10,560 hours of coverage with having those 7 people in place. So the Issaquah School District alternate model is that we would continue to have security officers at Issaquah High, Liberty High School, and Skyline, and we would add a security officer to Beaver Lake, Cougar Mountain, Issaquah Middle, Maywood Middle, Pacific Cascade, and Pine Lake Middle School. So we'd add a designated district employee security officer to all our middle schools, which is pretty consistent with what our neighboring districts are doing. So that new model would give us 9 security staffs. We would have no SROs, and the Gibson Eck coverage would be covered by the Issaquah High School and middle school security officers would alternate those to make sure that Gibson Eck would also have the officer coming through, those security officers coming through just to check on the students and staff at Gibson. So that total cost is about $605,000 for a total coverage of hours of 14,040 hours. So there's a significant increase of coverage for less money. The good thing about this also would be that the security officers would be visible during lunches, at arrivals, departures, assemblies for the kids. They would assist with parking lot issues, traffic control, buses, and they would be part of that faculty at that school. And being district employees, they would get our custom tailored training that I put on that I think is important for our security officers to fulfill their tasks and make sure our students and staff are safe. I think this would be the best model for the Issaquah School District moving forward to ensure safety and security of all our students and staff. We would continue, and I have spoken to the county and chiefs of police, we would continue to have our great relationships with our law enforcement partners. And I have received, continued commitment that the police departments would work with us. They would be there for us, and we continue our relationships. So nobody's going to get abandoned. And I think that would just give us an opportunity to work harder, work closer, to come to the common goal of making sure our students and staff are safe. But like I mentioned, they're struggling with a lot of manpower shortages, and it's hard for them to fill those spots right now. One good thing I'd like to share that I'm proud of with our security officers is the Issaquah School District security officers are trained in several areas similar to the SRO. They're right response trained, first aid, CPR, stop the bleed, and AED. So they're getting that high quality training, just like commissioned police officers. They are mandated and they will receive the same type of state required training on all topics as the SRO. And per the state's guidelines on House Bill 1214, we have to provide certificates of training to the state every year, and we will do that and obviously make sure that our part is fulfilled. We have and we will continue to attend state conference for commissioned security officers when they're back held open and for in person. We usually go to the Washington State School Safety Officers Conference every year. That's either held in Tri-Cities or Leavenworth. We also will continue to go to national conferences when held, such as the National Association of School Resource Officers and the National Student Safety and Security Conferences, which we went to in the past before the pandemic hit. So we will continue, and I will continue, and I pledge to make sure that our officers are getting the highest trained, best quality training that's available out there for our security people. Also, I'm proud to say that our security officers are outfitted with the most up-to-date personal protection equipment, and there for the first time ever, they are all uniformed throughout the district. We received great comments during the COVID clinics from community members and families that they go, those are security officers. They look very, very professional and everybody's dressed the same and they have everything they need to make sure that they can safely get out of a situation if they need to. Issaquah School District security officers will continue to receive custom tailored training established by myself, obviously a former law enforcement officer of over 30 years and 15 years in building as an SRO. I meet with my teams on a monthly basis at their buildings to make sure that they have everything they need. And if there's any questions that they want for training or policy, then we discuss those in person at their buildings. We've also updated their cameras and their monitoring systems in all three of the high schools. So they have the latest and greatest monitors, cameras, and ability to track down violators if they need to, or people trying to get in the building. So that's another thing that we train on. So we're kind of like growing up hide and go seek. We bring in violators or intruders and see how long it takes to track them down and get the officers on them so they can't get any further in our buildings. Issaquah School future vision. Obviously, I'd love to have a patrol officer position who would be another district employee. That patrol position would cover the entire district in all 5 of our jurisdictions, which we cover Bellevue, Newcastle, unincorporated King County, Issaquah. So we'd have a lot of, that officer would be able to go span all those 5 jurisdictions. That officer would also assist in requested areas for additional support, like crosswalks, bus stops, traffic control. It also assists at athletic events throughout the district, football games, soccer, basketball, tournaments. The patrol position would also respond to district-wide alarms, such as the fire, burglar, vandalism, suspicious events, or persons. And we also respond, and they would respond to after-hour and weekend alarm callouts in a fully marked district security vehicle, which is very, very important. When you're going in the middle of the night, which I've done before, you get to a building we have burglars in the building, we have the police en route, and we pull up. It's very, very important that they know that it's district security that's on scene and you're not driving up in your own personal vehicle because they don't know if it's the good guy or the bad guy. So that's another big thing that I'd really love to have. And now to open up for questions and answers.
Okay, should we do board Q&A? Should we take public input first?
Oh, thank you.
That's what I was thinking too. So whereas Stephen is busy. We'll give him a minute to get the Zoom screen, because without the Zoom screen, I don't know if anybody's got their hands up.
Anybody in the audience?
Or if there's anyone in the room that wants to give public input. So do I have anyone that wants to give public input on this topic? Seeing none, I will turn it over to the board for questions. Sydney.
Hey, that was an awesome update. I appreciate the level of detail. It was super helpful. Particularly just the some of the programs and successes. I thought those were some great call outs about the vape systems and the bus cameras, et cetera. So I appreciate you reminding us of all that work that's going on in a steady drumbeat to keep security in place. So thank you for that. My question, and you answered a bunch, like every time I would write one down, you would have a new question.
Thank you, Director Mullins.
I do have one and I guess it's, I like the concept of expanding to middle schools, expanding the program. The piece that I maybe have a question about is if there's challenging with staffing of what's been the traditional SRO role from our policing partners. I guess it's the same profile of people, right? We'd be looking for a district role. So do we think we would have the ability to increase that number reporting into the district?
Thank you for that question, Director Mullins. No, actually the security officers, the SROs, it's kind of a really tricky or confusing role when you start doing all the acronyms. But the school resource officer who are commissioned officers, those are commissioned law enforcement officers. The school security officers are Issaquah School District employees that we hire strictly as security officers in our buildings. So that we go out and team up with HR, put out the job openings, and then we hire from within, and we would assign buildings to once we get those people trained and hired.
Yeah, I understand that we would hire them. I guess my question is the availability of the humans to the role. Wouldn't we be pulling from the same profile of individual that would be working for our law enforcement partners? Or is it a different profile of individual altogether so we feel like there's a broader pool?
Well, some of those, unfortunately, I can't say a lot. There's some individuals who don't want to be police officers, but they'd rather be security officers. And so when you have that availability or you put those openings out there, you're going to get a different kind of person, if you will, that wants to be security officer, but that don't want to be or put themselves in that kind of hazard on a daily basis as a commissioned police officer. So we'd probably, to answer the question, we'd probably draw from a different pool of individuals.
Dave, if I might add to, the shift can be very different. A lot of people like to work in the school system because of the school calendar as well. So even though our school security officers they don't just follow the exact school calendar and the school hours. I know and I'm going to assume here, Dave, you'll correct me if I'm wrong. A lot of times, especially if you start out as a new police officer, the police work 24/7, and you could be finding yourself on a lot of night shifts and things like that maybe are not as appealing, that would draw a different candidate pool to our job as opposed to a commissioned police officer as well. We've been pretty fortunate to be able to hire our own school security folks, right? I mean, we've had success in that arena.
That's correct, Superintendent. Our school calendar and the work schedules of whatever 195 days or 225 days is very attractive to individuals because you not only get the breaks, you get the summers off, you get day shift. You're right, absolutely. Again, a lot of times when new officers come out of the academy, they are put on graveyards or swings. And the reason for that is because that's where the most activity is. And so as a field training officer, which I was as well, you want to put those new officers out there where they're going to learn the most in the least amount of time. So you can get them competent and get them trained up so they can go out there, fill those vacancies, and you get more FTEs or competent police officers out on the road. So you're right. So working graveyards, if you have a family, isn't very attractive because you're up all night and you come home and your other half goes to work, or now you have daycare. And so with our hours, it's very attractive. And so last time we had an opening, we had a very big pool of candidates. So we got to pick and choose.
Anne.
I too appreciated all the information. I love those bus paddles. I think that's great. I'm glad we were able to expand that. I've actually seen cars whiz past a bus, which I just could not believe. So I'm glad we have something that will counter that a bit. My question with the shift is any kind of coverage for the elementary. I know the SROs never spent a lot of time necessarily at an elementary, but I always thought them as covering their entire feeder system, which was the high school, the middle schools, and their elementary. So is there anything in this that helps to support the elementaries and fill whatever might have been done by an SRO?
Thank you, Director Moore. That's a great question. And as a former SRO and now the director, that is something that I mandate that our officers do, is that they go out to the buildings and they introduce themselves to the elementary teachers. They walk around, they walk the hallways, they don't disrupt anything. I run it through the exec directors of elementary to make sure that they're on board with, the officers coming up there. Sometimes they say, well, the first week's a little, hectic. Let's hold off for a while till things kind of settle down. But everybody's notified. I get their blessings. But yes, the elementary schools is huge. And that's another reason for like the patrol position would help out at the crosswalks or bus stops. Like when I was SRO, every morning I was at Briarwood, checking the crosswalks, or go down to Apollo or over to Maple Hills so they can see, the officer there. So the first people you'd get would be speeding, but after that, when they flash their lights and everything to warn people that I'm there, not so much. You get people going less than 20 miles an hour. So yes, thank you for that question.
Good. Okay.
Dave, if I could just add to one of the changes that has helped with those one-off kind of elementary situations, to be frank, is we have Dave Montalvo now as a district security person with a district security vehicle. So he does. I rarely see Dave in his office. I don't know, he's out there out and about and working in our school system too. So that's one of the areas that's been real helpful too. But you notice that Dave was pretty sly in there, how he gave the original plan and then the future, the hope plan too. So
you caught me, Superintendent Thiele.
It's almost like he went to school administrator training, how to make the big ask.
I'm guilty of that. No, you're absolutely right, Superintendent Thiele. I've been very fortunate that Jake and my boss, Mr. Turney, in the district, has purchased me that vehicle. I'm out there every single day checking on our vehicles, our buildings, checking the bus transportation areas. The teachers know that they see me, they'll wave out the windows, but I try to get out there 2, 3, 4 times a week to check on our buildings just to make sure that there's no damage to them, there's no fences down. And that I think it's very important because I've always really taken pride in customer service with our principals and really developed great relationships with a lot of people who now are in decision-making positions. And they can attest to that. I take it personal. I want them to know that when they need somebody, I'm going to be there, or my security team is going to be there. And everybody that I hire and bring on, I have that same expectation for them. So I think this is a great direction that we can do. And I promised when I took the job and Mr. Turney was on my interview team that I come to work every day wanting to make sure that Issaquah School District is the safest district in the state. And I stand by that.
So I have a question so currently we have both SROs and SSOs.
That's correct.
That's correct. Okay. And I know that over the years we've had fabulous SROs, so this is not a dig on them. But I also know that we've had students and families who have expressed concerns about having armed officers in the buildings. The presence of a weapon is disturbing. Have we had any issues over the past, I don't know how long, where we were just really thankful that someone had a weapon and it wasn't just a security officer, but it was a school resource officer, an armed policeman? Or are we pretty comfortable that, has that ever been a necessity? And I guess my other question around that would be, do we has any student group or family group expressed concern about SSOs in the same way they have about having actual armed police?
Thank you, President Weaver. in the 15 years that I was a school resource officer, I never pulled my weapon once. I always monitored the two other SROs, and from what I remember, I don't think we've ever had any actual intruder in our buildings. There's been mistakes that looked like an umbrella was a weapon, or phone calls that they thought they heard a firework or something in the bathroom, or they heard rumor of kids saying, "Oh, so-and-so has a gun." Well, when that happens, until we know that it's false, we're going to take all the necessary precautions to lock that building down, get the necessary resources there to make sure it's clear. But to have an actual intruder, no, ma'am. The only time that we had an intruder at our buildings was on a Saturday in sunny Issaquah, where a guy decided to bring some weapons down by Clark and Tiger Mountain School. And unfortunately, that was a Saturday, and we had kids in the football stadium, and I was one of the responding officers for that as well.
I would just like to add, first of all, you're correct, President Weaver. We have by and large had a really good and positive experience with our SROs. I'm a former principal in the district as well, and it hasn't always been perfect. I mean, you have employee issues sometimes regardless, but by and large, I've been so appreciative of the partnerships that we have with our local law enforcement agencies. I'm just starting my 21st year in the district, and I am not aware of a time when an officer has ever had to pull their weapon out in the line of duty at one of our schools. Just as Dave said, 15 years, I go back 20 years, and I'm not aware of that. I have also heard from students and some families that are concerned about having a weapon in the schools, even though it is a commissioned police officer. I want to be fair to acknowledge I've had people say we should have more armed people in our schools as well. So it's not something where there's a universal consensus on this. But I do think that for me, and I've been a big proponent of the SRO program, Dave knows that in the past, but as Dave started, he referenced how that program has changed by statute, by law. And so I think the beefing up, I guess, if you will, of the school security officer and the way that Dave has also improved our program, I think have given me greater confidence in the school security officer jobs and roles and what they do. And they are our employee, and there's a real benefit to that. And that is not to say that's not anything negative about the SRO. It's more positive about our school security officers. And as Dave noted, we continue to have a very good working positive relationship with our law enforcement. And I have no doubt with SROs or without. And I've had an SRO and I've still had to call 911 before. They're not, sometimes they're just not there. They might be at another school or something. And I've always felt like we had very good response from our local police. And I'll throw in all of our first responders as part of that. We're very appreciative of those partnerships.
Well, and I think too, and I think it was at a board retreat. I can't remember exactly when we talked about a lot of this, and you went through all of the extensive training that the SROs go through before they ever set foot in a school. And I had not been aware of just the amount of training they go through with how to deal with students and social emotional issues and all of that sort of thing. So hearing that we would do all that same training with SSOs is really reassuring to me, because those are things those people need to know. So,
and to answer your question, President Weaver, we've never had any complaints that I know of our security officers that's risen to the level of concern. Okay. I mean, obviously they have to interact with kids, and sometimes negative things. And so you're going to get that little feedback of an unhappy customer, if you will. Just like when I used to give out tickets and people those things weren't really received very well. I never got candy canes at Christmas time from those individuals, but that's okay. It's just part of doing business. But thank you for asking that. But no, we've never had any of those kind of complaints against our security team.
Barney.
That is good to hear. I think that was one of the questions I had was around, there was the city of Issaquah had the community conversations, and there was real concern about interactions between police officers and students. So my one question is, because I have three, my one question would be, at what point, if we were to call an officer or need that, what kind of situations would we actually call for an officer then to come onto the campus? Because my only concern now is that whoever that person is, that might have to actually arrest students, because we have arrested students, that they're not educated as well in some of those things. I think specifically my concerns were around some students of color feeling unsafe, like if they had a confrontation with an officer, or the other one was around our students with behavioral disabilities, or those situations where they may not react the way a neurotypical child would, and so concerns around that. So my first question is around that issue.
Thank you, Director Moraldo. Well, the good thing about that is we would have our security officers on site already that would have been called to help assist with whatever situation. They would call me and say, this is what we have. They would work in conjunction with their principal and their admin team to say if does it escalate enough to where we need to call law enforcement. I've had the reassurance from Chief Beerbaum from the city of Issaquah that they would continue to work with us as closely as they could. They would respond. All we have to do is call 911 and the officers would respond. And you might get those. I know officers these days, they're going through a whole bunch of new classes of how to work with kids. And not only does House Bill 1214 mandate what they can do and can't do on schools, well, the state legislature has also stated that out of school, off properties, they still have to go through a bunch of things before they can interview students. They still have to read them their rights. They still have to call their parents. They still have to ask them if they want an attorney. So this is not only at the school level, this is happening in the whole community wide. And so these officers are being trained by their parent agency how to deal with this kind of stuff, like mental health issues, demographics, and all kinds of different things. And they're making sure that these people come out of the academy with this proper training and tools to make sure that they serve the community like they're supposed to. I mean, our school district has a very diverse community, and our demographics are different from the south end, the north end, to the east end. With 110 square miles, there's a lot of different areas in there that we service.
Thank you. Because I have to say, mine has been a concern of mine. You know, my son is on the spectrum, and as an adult, I still tell him my biggest fear is that his interaction with police will not end well because he will not react the way they expect. And so that's encouraging to know that there's more training around that.
Sure. Hi, Andrea McCormick, Executive Director of High School Education. I just wanted to share, to kind of elaborate on his answer. In my 8 years as a high school principal, I think we had 0 arrests on most of my years. And if there was ever one, it might be 1 in a year. But most years are 0, and that's pretty typical for our high school. So it's very, very, very rare we have an arrest, even with our school resource officers. Most of the time in which we'd be calling them would be under a circumstance where maybe a student has reported a sexual assault of like a boss at their work, and we're needing to connect them to the resource of a police officer, not necessarily for crimes that take place in our school. So that is typically, or a well check or things like that. It's very rare that we would need to call them for any sort of criminal activity within our schools.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Amber.
So then I had 2 more quick questions that
Thank you, Executive Director McCormick.
that will probably be a bit faster. The first one was around the uniforms. So that was something else that came up. So I was wondering if you could describe, do the uniforms look like uniformed officers, or do they look a little different, the uniforms you have for the SSOs?
The SSO uniform is the vest is black, so it looks similar to what the police officers wear, but that's because of the way the manufacturer makes those. But they have their names in that are in reflective material, and they have security on the other side in reflective material. They have security on the back in 6-inch letters in reflective material, and they have patches on one arm that says Issaquah School District Safety and Security Department, Security Officer. So it makes sure that they can't be confused with law enforcement. I didn't want any of our security officers to be confused as law enforcement. I didn't want them to look like law enforcement, but I want them to have an authoritative figure look, if you will, to where our citizens, our parents know that we're promoting safety and security in our buildings, and we say that we have both security officers and school resource officers. So I want them to be able to say, yes, there are security officers in the buildings because I can see them by what they wear. And they wear regular trousers, light colored. They don't wear overalls that are all black. So they wear polo shirts and they also have a blue jacket. It's kind of like really bright blue. So it's another distinguishing mark that they're not law enforcement, that have security all over it as well, in the front, the back, and on their patches.
Okay, great. That is really, thank you for that detail. And the last one I had was just, it kind of perked my curiosity when you talked about social media monitoring and how we might possibly be doing that.
Yes, thank you, Director Morano. What we do, very fortunate that Kathy Kropp, our IT director, Mr. Turney and Mr. Cooper felt that it was necessary, since we were giving out so many different laptops during the pandemic, at the height of the pandemic. They reached out to a social media monitoring company, and there's about a dozen of them out there. And what they do is they have keywords in there that would initiate their concern for either fights, assaults, sexual assaults, threats to harm themselves. And so what we do is, that company, once those alerts go off, it's monitored by me 24/7, along with some executive staff members, and then we'll get that, and we'll track down what student that is, and then we'll start calling the parents and say, hey, what's your child doing? Well, they're upstairs. Have you checked on them already? They're fine. Well, go up there. You might want to see what's going on. And they go up there and they see what the kid has written, because once they write something on there that hits all those highlights, we get a copy of the letter they've written. And some of them are very, very concerning and alarming. And if it warrants that, I call the executive director, inform them what's going on, or the deputy superintendent, let them know what we have in place. And then we'll make the call. Okay, does this warrant law enforcement, to know them right off the bat to go try to intervene on this family? But we also want to give the families a courtesy call to let them know, hey, this is what's going on with your child. This is what your child is posting. And last summer, it saved 3 children's lives.
So this is software that is on the laptops that are the district issued?
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, come on in.
Thank you, Dave. Jason Morris, Exec Director of Middle Schools. So I've had the privilege to work with, I want to say Officer Dave, but Director of Safety and Security, Dave Montalvo. Dave is speaking about a tool we use called Gaggle, and that is a software that monitors Issaquah School District learning operations systems. So essentially, it's monitors laptops that our students may use, and the office products that go along with those laptops. So I want to be clear, it doesn't monitor things like Twitter or things of that nature. It monitors typically most of the reports that I receive come from a Word document, where a student may be writing something where they report that they're unsafe behaviors, and it hits on those keywords and sends us a notification. It does also monitor chat that can go back and forth between those Microsoft applications in Office 365. So those types of things it monitors, and will pick up those chats if there is inappropriate behavior happening. But I want to just be clear, it doesn't monitor the entire World Wide Web. I will say, though, this tool, I want to say Officer Dave, because I worked with Dave when he was an SRO. Director of Security, Montalvo, and the executive directors work collaboratively. I know he and I have worked a few times in the middle of the night, where we have worked with families to alert them of situations. I truly believe it has saved lives, or at least saved bodily harm. We also work with our building principals. So the majority of the time when we're monitoring that information, the various executive directors are communicating with building principals and our counseling staff and our mental health counseling staff. And we're leveraging those resources typically from those opportunities that come up through that software. So.
Great, thank you so much.
Were there any other questions for
Director Morse?
Montalvo? Harlan.
Dr. Montalvo, thank you so much for your presentation. I really appreciated it. And, you know, maybe I was just set up. I had never met an SSO, having been an elementary parent. And so big shout out to Neil. He was quite an incredible resource, not only at our vaccination clinics, but watching him interact with the families and greeting our families, especially the kiddos who were nervous. It was incredible to see. So quite an asset to the Issaquah High community. But I think my concern is I grew up in the era of Columbine, and since that time, we've seen way too many active shooter instances, often in affluent communities like ours. So there's no guarantee, we've seen it in Florida, that an SRO is going to be a prevention or deterrent or even slow or stop. But I do want to know, what is our response time, especially to our South End schools? I imagine to Issaquah High School and to Skyline High School, the response times are going to be pretty darn fast. But what is the response time to Liberty High School, Maywood Middle School?
Thank you for that, Dr. Gallinger, and thank you for the kind words about Security Officer Lasher. He is amazing, and he really loves working with the elementary level kids. To answer your question about the response times, since I was stationed down there, there's 2 deputies that cover that area, and we also have what we call mutual aid with the city of Renton and the state patrol. So Renton is just about maybe a half a mile west of Liberty, which is obviously Renton Police Department. And then State Patrol, they kind of swarm down on State Route 169 between Renton and Maple Valley. And so in an active shooter event, obviously you're going to get a ton of county resources that are going to be coming from all over the county. And we also throw out mutual aid, which would be Renton, all the city entities. We also have Newcastle PD, which is a part of the King County Sheriff's Office. They monitor the same radio as Southeast, which is the precinct that covers Liberty. So response times, I mean, I can't give you a specific amount of time, but I would say within 5-10 minutes.
So I think one of the one benefit of having an SRO in the building, in my mind, is they have a direct communication link to get help on the way. Does the SSO have that same capacity?
Well, obviously the 911, you're going to call that, at the start, and you also can push the buttons to lock it down. Our SSOs have a district emergency radio that I monitored up with me 24 hours or when I'm working. And what they would do is they would call and say, we have an emergency at Liberty High School. I would hear it. If I don't hear it, each one of our exec directors, administrative assistants have the same district emergency radio next to them. They would hear it. Executive Director Turney has one in his office. And so they have radio communication to where they can contact me and I could contact 911, but I'm sure that 911 would already be called. And those instances that I've went to trainings and actually been on some calls for service like that, 911 system is going to be over-inundated with the calls. I mean, so you're going to that whole system is going to be just overloaded because you're going to get anybody in there. There are people with cell phones, obviously at school, students, parents, staff members. And so everybody's going to be calling 911.
Thank you.
And we did have one instance down at, I just want to bring a quick example down at Kent Lake, where a teacher had thought that they heard shots fired. It was a bunch of chairs that fell. Within 10 minutes, they had about 80 police officers down there. And they didn't have an SRO down there.
Oh, yeah, Ann. So what are your next steps?
Well, so this was a plan that, as I said, Dave has been working on for a long time, but it got kind of put on the side burner as a result of COVID. We started having this conversation again just last spring, and started to percolate this in my mind a little bit, thinking that the summer. July might have gone a little differently than it did. So we've been still kind of consumed, as you know, in COVID planning. But so I came to Dave and I said, before I'm comfortable with this, I need a little more time. So I want to make sure that we can start the school year. So just to be clear, as you heard Dave say, our Sammamish, Skyline, and our Liberty SROs are still, they will be there. They're still under that. Issaquah, unfortunately, is having some real staffing issues within their police department. And so we don't have an Issaquah SRO. Now, fortunately, that's also a very close precinct and a very close working relationship to the school. But as I shared with Dave, you saw a big increase in what we would have in school resource office or school security officers. And I have to say, I love the idea of having them in middle schools as well. Middle schools are a touch point for us. But just to go through that process of interviewing, hiring, and training will take time. So we needed to have our system in place to start the year, but with a decision, I would guesstimate that you would be probably looking at about 6 to 8 weeks before you would be able to stand up the program and Dave described it. And that doesn't include the roving officer because we haven't, there's budgetary constraints as well that we have to consider. So, but that would be my best guess, just thinking about the time that you would do to post the jobs, to interview for the jobs, and then to train the individuals before you would actually feel comfortable putting them loose in the school. So part of this process was this tonight. Honestly, I recognize this is a staffing decision, but it's a programmatic decision as well. And I want to hear the board's reaction and thoughts and questions as part of my decision-making process as well. So I guess that we're ready to go for the start of this year. This is an ongoing conversation. I participated in some of the listening sessions that Issaquah did. I do want to be clear about that as well. I know the board has heard similar input. We did some of our own listening sessions through our equity department as well. We are sensitive to what we heard particularly from students of color as it relates to the kind of the emotional response they have to uniformed officers. I mean, we've had a lot of discussions about this as a society and as a country over the last year or so too. So taking all of that into effect as we think about and as I plan for a decision related to this. And so I guess I would say it's possible that we would move forward sometime during the course of this school year, Director Moore. But it's important to know that we do have our current security plan in place right now. Clearly, I'll be keeping the board informed as my decision-making moves along as well.
Yeah, so this is not something the board needs to take action on. It's informational for the board.
Yeah.
I would encourage the public, if they have specific questions or concerns, to please share those primarily with the superintendent, but feel free to copy the board.
Email us, and if the board will probably have questions, I think we should all reflect on this. For most of you, this would be the first time you've ever seen this presentation and heard about this idea.
And Director Gallinger has a question.
And so does Marnie.
Oh, and so does Marnie.
I would plead, since you've heard only from one segment of the district, I would plead before you take action on any of this that you would hold very clear, directed listening sessions at Skyline and Liberty, because those communities deserve an opportunity to weigh in on this. And while you're doing that, there's been enough change scheduled for this year that it seems like continuing as is would be a better approach.
Yeah, I hadn't thought exactly what the process would be, Director Gallinger, but yeah, there was still processing that was going to happen on this decision, which is why I wasn't ready to move forward. I will say though, and I know Dave touched on this a little bit at the beginning, part of what really got me thinking about this too was we honestly thought that we were going to start this year with one SRO in the system, because King County was initially telling us they wouldn't be able to fill an SRO position either. Somehow they made it happen. So kudos to King County. But some of this was actually being driven by the outside staffing concerns that David mentioned, because police departments are struggling a little bit right now with staffing. Again, Skyline, we're fine. That staff position is fine. We last minute got one for the south end, and we still haven't been able to get one for the corridor. So that's part of what prompted me down this road too. I know it's not what prompted Dave, but it did weigh into my decision making as we kind of considered moving forward. But Point well taken from Dr. Gallinger. This is something that does require some community processing. As I said, there is not consensus around this idea. I mean, we have received emails, the board and I have received emails advocating for and against the school resource officer program. I will tell you that if there is an incident such as a shooting in a school, that tends to generate a bunch more communications about wanting more protection in a building and more law enforcement. And as the board knows, we've received people who have literally said, I want you to have metal detectors with armed guards at every entrance of a building. And we've had community members who say, I don't ever want to see an armed police officer in a school. That terrifies and traumatizes my child. So those are kind of your two spectrum points. I tend to be a little bit more moderate in my views and a little bit more pragmatic about how we can do things like this.
Okay, sorry, Marty.
Just real quickly. So as I trying to process this, because again, it was the first time we heard it. The one thing I was considering is that on the west side of the district, you have 3 elementary schools with no nearby middle school. So the nearest resource officer would either be at Cougar Mountain Middle School or at down at Maywood. So that's a broad spectrum. So as we, as a board, I'm hoping that after this November election, that we make a diligent effort to meet with the Newcastle City Council. And we've never done it before, but maybe even the Bellevue City Council, to let them know some of our issues. And one of them is that they will be the first line of defense for our students in those schools.
It's a good point, Director Moraldo. I will say, just even in recent years, we've had some pretty good working partnerships with the Bellevue Police Department. I know it was a trainer from Bellevue who did a lot of our run, hide, fight training. I always get that wrong. I'm always too quick to fight. And they have responded to situations at Sunset Elementary and at Cougar Ridge Elementary School. And obviously we've had their King County officers that are contracted through Newcastle, but we've had those officers, have to respond to situations. Fortunately, very, very rarely at elementary schools do we a lot of times it's around traffic control and things like that we need.
Or maybe a bear sighting.
Or yeah. Yeah, we do get a few bear sightings in the community as well. So, but it's a point well made, as Dave had said in his presentation too. We spread out over 110 square miles, 5 municipalities. It's one of the things that makes it a little bit convoluted for us, which is another part of what Dave is proposing is appealing to me. It's in essence, bring all security in-house. They're all Issaquah security. And when I say Issaquah School District, but I do understand it's an important conversation that needs to be had in other parts of the district as well.
Okay. Anything else from the board? Okay, Dave, thank you very much. That was a really informative presentation.
Thank you, President Weaver. Thank you, board. Thank you, Mr. Superintendent Feely. Appreciate it.
While we're transitioning, we talked about one of our longest serving probably school security officers, Neil Lasher, tremendous young man. I just like to point out, Neil was a former student of mine. So maybe he learned some lessons back in 8th grade social studies from Mr. Thiele.
Okay, so we are now going to move to potential adoption of the 2021-22 budget. And do I have a motion?
All right. I move the board adopt resolution number 1168, which establishes appropriations for the 2021-22 budget.
Second.
Okay, it has been moved and seconded, and as required by law, the board held a public hearing on the proposed budget on August 12th. The budget draft was reviewed at that time. The public was invited to comment, and there have been no changes to that document since it was presented. So we are now looking at a resolution to establish the budget. Do you have words of wisdom, or do you want to go directly to questions?
I do not, President Weaver. What you said is exactly clear, perfectly correct. We've had no additional comments on the appropriations before you this evening. and I would recommend your passage of this resolution, as this is the final step in a long process every year. And so I'd like to thank my staff, Mr. Cherney and Ms. Banasek and Ms. Aarons, who helped me push the budget together. Then, of course, the board and the cabinet level administrators. This has been a very tough and arduous budget year. We've had a reduction in force, declining enrollment. I did want to say that the budget you are adopting has solid enrollment projections as its underpinnings. So given that, I would recommend its adoption. I would take a point of personal privilege if that would be okay. And I did want to acknowledge, and I am sorry to all of you and my cabinet colleagues in the community for some of the disruption that was caused in my personal Facebook posts. And so I'd like to tell you all, and I'll go on the public record, that will not happen again. And I'd like to move on if that's okay. Or if you have anything else to add, I'd be perfectly happy as well. So.
Okay, thank you. Do I have any questions from the board? Anne.
I'll start with one. I know we talked a bit about class size when we were talking about the reopening of school, but just so we've covered that. But how has the overall enrollment come out? I mean, I know we have it, but to share it.
Correct. So I had projected a downward enrollment of close to 500 students, and projecting downward, of course, we had lots of conversations in the open meeting, and of course, not knowing what enrollment is going to do, particularly when you're trying to project downward, given our precipitous loss of enrollment of around 1,100 students last year. So we projected 500 down. We are about 200 above that projection right now. And so I do believe there will be some downward movement between now and October 1st, just because some folks are making plans last minute, as we talked about, that some alternatives, homeschooling, maybe want to do a different remote program. But that 200 FTE cushion should give us enough to be right on projection, or if slightly better. So much better staffing. And of course, the budget before you is a solid footing, because we do have a much more accurate grasp of expenditures and revenue if that underlying budget is built on solid projections. So I'm very pleased with how the projections turned out. Declining projections in this district are a new phenomenon. I've never had to project downward that significantly. But again, we will see. I still personally believe that our enrollment will bounce back over time, particularly as we continue to offer good program in our brick and mortar schools. So, but all in all, I'm very pleased with how the enrollment projections came out.
So I'd like to clarify, you predicted we would be 500 down from the end of last year. We're 200 above, which means we are 300 down from last year. Because I've heard some people say, oh, we're 200 up.
No.
We are not 200 up from last year.
Correct, Director Ronaldo. We are 200 above projection, which was down 500. So you're right, the net of 3.
And about 1,400 over that 2-year span. Significant decline in enrollment, which, as Jake pointed out, led to the very challenging budget situation and a lot more budget meetings last spring than we would have normally had as a result. It is encouraging that we haven't at this point declined as much as was predicted, which is good. It gives us some wiggle room in this budget. I agree with Mr. Cooper, though, that we could still see some decline between now and October. There's still some uncertainty out there in the COVID world. We could also see increases in the second half of the year because, I'm optimistic about the vaccine. And I have good reason to be. This community has demonstrated a willingness. We're probably one of the highest vaccinated communities anywhere. And eventually, I do believe that there will be a youth vaccination for 12 and under. And I believe our community, if they behave the way they have behaved previously, will take advantage of that. And I suspect we will see some of those homeschool or pod schooled or remote schooled students wanting to access in-person learning again. I think it's going to take a little while, but I'm you can take this prediction for what it's worth, but I think this district will recoup its enrollment sometime over the next 2 years.
Yeah. Okay, I have a comment and then a question. So my comment would be, last spring, or last year, we were over what we ended up in enrollment because we had a lot less students. So we're still down, if you count the 2 years, we're still down, around 1,500 students.
Correct.
So people, because people are going to say, why did you cut all those people? There was some right sizing that we needed to do then, and then additional right sizing that we're doing in your projections for this budget.
Yes.
So my question then comes to, if we do get students that come back mid-year to a significant degree, let's say 200-300 students, where you're starting to really impact classroom size, how does that get managed? Number one, does it change any of our appropriation that we get from the state as we move through the year? So I know you do monthly counts that get sent to OSPI, and do they do their apportionment based on those monthly numbers? And then how, I guess that would be my biggest concern with the budget.
Great questions, Director Maraldo. We are funded on an annual average FTE. We do a monthly count between September and June. And so if we are going to get new students, and we have grown 200 or 300 students throughout a year before. That's happened actually several times.
Yeah.
What also happens, it depends on where the growth is at. So sometimes, as you know, at our secondary level, we start to lose some children as they either graduate early or are making different choices, sometimes in that second semester. So if we have growth at secondary, it's not noticed as much. And then if the growth is spread out across the system, 200 or 300 kids can be absorbed rather easily. But again, we would look at some alternative solutions. We've actually hired teachers mid-year to push in or do pull-out instruction, maybe split the difference between grade levels. Also, sometimes there are student teachers that graduate after the new year, and that's sometimes an opportunity to grab them right in an early job market and have them come into the workforce. So there are alternatives that we can use, but something we've been comfortable with in the past. And actually, I would love that to be a problem.
Yeah, that would be a great problem to have. As a principal, I will tell you, it's can be complicated. As Jake is right, we've used mid-year hires. Not to create new classes, because that can be very disruptive, but actually pushed a second teacher into a large class, or had that teacher be able to do pull out, because a lot of our schools have pull out areas in our elementary schools. And again, to Jake's point, if you have 200 or 300 come in and they're spread out over all of the schools of the system, it's, you can manage that. If you get a big hit in an individual school, like has happened sometimes in the past, where a lot of homes in a subdivision come on, over the course, you have a 250 home subdivision and 100 homes get occupied during the course of the school year. Those tend to drive right into one or two schools. That can be problematic, and you have to manage it. But we have dealt with that before. There were times in the Highlands, I think we were growing Grand Ridge by a couple hundred students a year. It's not the funnest thing to have to do, but it's a problem we will welcome.
And we have right now, there is housing in the pipeline, but there is no macro development. I mean, there's no master plan, large communities.
Right.
Continue to build out of the Highlands, and then redevelopment, of course, on the plateau consistently. And then even the Newcastle property down south is starting to fill in as well, but they're still developing that. But for the most part, Superintendent Thiele is exactly correct. I think we'll be in good shape. And again, a problem we'd love to have. So that's my comment on your appropriation resolution before you. And of course, by statute, you have to adopt the spending level prior to August 31st of this year. And that would be the spending levels that the district cannot exceed under statute. And if we were going to exceed that, we'd have to come back to you for future authorization.
Okay, do I have any other questions from my Zoomies? Nope. I think my biggest takeaway from last week, or the last meeting, was that this is a deficit budget.
Yes.
And I know we always budget expenditures a little bit higher than revenue because, as you said, those are our upper limits. But this one was big. So maybe you could just speak to that one more time briefly.
So of my, 18 years here presiding over your budget, this is the largest deficit we've adopted in a spending plan. And it will have it will erode fund balance. Thankful for the legislature and the some of the lifeline they provided us at the end of the session. We're able to basically bring our fund balance back to where it would have been had we not received that money, meaning we're going to end the year about 44 million, but we will draw down about 17 or 18 million of fund balance. And then, of course, the conversations in the spring then will be centered around the legislative action, whatever the legislature has done, and of course, what our enrollment picture could be. But we do have structural financial issues to deal with in the upcoming budget years.
Okay, and I did want to bring that up because, again, going back to the class size discussion and people complaining that even if we were following the same rules, they felt class sizes were too big because COVID, which I totally get. We are spending pretty much all the money we can, and to decrease class size by more because we want to be able to social distance our kids more, which would be fabulous, but there just is not budget funds to do it.
That is correct. We are in full compliance of K3, which we talked about earlier in the meeting, and have met those class size requirements. But again, we were fortunate in a strange way to have lower class sizes during last year because we were overstaffed. And now we are going to go back and with all our mitigation layers and appropriate staffing levels, we hope and believe everything is going to be smooth sailing moving forward. But you're right. It would be nice to have class sizes of 10 or 12, as Superintendent alluded to earlier, but we just don't have the facility space or that is not budgetarily possible, unfortunately.
Okay, and before we take a vote, I am going to just ask if there's public input on the budget. Forces Stephen to click on buttons. Is there any public input on the budget? Seeing none, we have a motion on the floor. It's been moved and seconded. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? That's 5 ayes. I don't know why I say opposed. Okay, motion passes. You have a budget.
Thank you.
Thank you.
But don't go anywhere.
Yeah.
No.
Well, and thank you, Mr. Cooper and your entire team. I know you get a respite of about a month and then you'll start working on the next budget too. It is really a long process. I also wanted to note for the public, we do post the guide to understanding the budget. And if you like to really kind of get down in the nitty gritty about how public education is funded in Washington State and specifically the Issaquah School District, I would encourage you to check that out. It's a wonderful document.
It's a surprisingly readable document.
It was intended to be that way.
For the non-financially astute.
And
Got
it
lots of
is not
pictures and-
something that every district puts out, to be
No.
clear. In fact, I have given it before to our Washington State School Directors Association. It is an amazing resource that we provide, and I think we alone,
Yeah,
unless others have copied us since.
they may have, because
That's okay.
I pass out a lot of copies as well.
Yeah, Jake and I presented at WASDA once and we passed out several copies too. So
I was gonna say,
we're very interested.
Stolen / borrowed things from other districts.
Absolutely.
That's fair. Okay, so the next item, we are kind of trekking through this agenda, is EL5, actual financial condition and activities. And I would entertain a motion.
I move the board accept the annual monitoring report for EL5, actual financial conditions and activities, internal annual audit report as presented.
Second.
Okay, it has been moved and seconded. I am going to assume that everyone on the board has read it. I don't know, Jake, if you want to hit any high points or just entertain board questions, up to you.
A few highlights, as I always like to point out, the 19th consecutive clean audit. So we've had 19 years of audits with no findings, which is a very good streak.
Has got to be a record. I mean, nobody keeps records like that, but that's got to be a record.
It is remarkable.
I keep a record like that.
Yeah.
Well, no, I meant in the state.
Yeah. I will just let us know. It is awesome. Yeah.
Yeah, it's
And
awesome.
I say it every year and I continue to say it as long as we continue to get audits. And it starts from the board, and we do have a culture of accountability here, from the board to the office professionals, to our bus drivers and food service. Everybody is cognizant that they're working for the public and using public resources. And so we're fortunate about that. And then I can't say enough about my business office staff and the central office staff too, because there's a lot of things that are compliance related. They're in everybody's department, and they all cross those T's and dot those I's, from HR to TLS and everything in between. So I'm grateful for that.
And the state auditors always come back to us and say how incredibly cooperative and amenable all of your staff is when they're asking for all kinds of annoying documents. And we've heard nothing but good things from the auditors. So that's also a testament to your folks.
Thank you. And then, of course, I think Director Moore alluded to this last meeting. There's some synopsis or some summary on your fund balance on page 5 of the document. What your current reserve is and what it is planned to be. They are in compliance with your requirements, the percentages. It also lays out exactly what is in your fund balance reserve currently, in case you want to go over that in detail. Other than that, not much has changed from prior reports. And then, of course, the detail on the mathematical percentages are on page 7 of your document, if you will. And that's your current equity position as of an April budget status report. So I will entertain a motion, sorry. It's almost 9 o'clock. It's almost 9 o'clock. I could try indeed. But those are the highlights of EO5, and for the public too, there are 2 other financial executive limitations on the consent agenda that the board has had in advance. And if they were not satisfactory, those would have been pulled off for further discussion.
And these are important. And the reason we always do this one on the main agenda is, we're kind of lightheartedly joking about the 19th consecutive clean audit. But as I've heard our superintendent say many times, we are spending other people's money. And it is important that we do it responsibly. And it is important that our taxpayers know that we're doing it responsibly. So we like to highlight this one on the main agenda and say, yes, indeed, we've had 19 consecutive clean audits. Our fund balance is in compliance. And as you said, we're crossing all the T's and dotting all the I's.
And most importantly is, if we do, and we will eventually get an audit finding, we have a very large system, our response is the most important part, and how we come together and fix the problem that's identified by the auditor's office. That's obviously the most important thing. So.
Exactly. So do I have any questions from the board? I will go to my roomies. No, nothing. Zoomies? You're getting off easy. So it's been moved and seconded. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Sydney's losing her voice. Okay, opposed? So that is EL5 is approved. Thank you very much, CFO Cooper.
Thank you.
And you're kind of off the hot seat now because we're going to go to Tom for capital projects. Oh, shush. I'm doing my best.
Okay, we got lots of good important stuff.
Yeah.
Good evening, everyone. Tom Mullins, Director of Capital Projects. Before I get started with the update, I wanted to note that it's been a tough 18 months in the construction industry, as it's been tough everywhere. Fully understand and the push for the last 3, 4, 5, 6 months, every department in the district has stepped up. Departments that don't always get involved to the degree they are to help get these schools open has been an incredible response. Can't thank every department enough. So first project, the Shining Light, Cedar Trails Elementary School.
It looks like a school.
Yeah,
I know.
It's kind of tough to get the good professional picture when you've got construction vehicles everywhere, but did the best I could on Tuesday to get a good clear picture. Really came together in the last 2 weeks. I was in Ron's office 3 weeks ago, and he kind of shook his head at me and said,
my trust was being tested.
Yeah, and he said, you got some work to do. And I said, and I went up and the team pulled it together and the place looks fantastic.
It really
is. It's going to open up Monday. I think we're having a small ceremony.
Just a small ribbon cutting.
And it's going to be ready. The contractor did a great job. Everybody pulled together and all the teams did. Yep. That's the main entrance from the parking lot. Go to the next slide. You'll see some unfinished pieces. A lot of this stuff came together in the last few days before school started.
It does not look like that in there. I was in that office this morning and it doesn't look like that.
Yep. Main office, health room, kitchen turned out fantastic. Gymnasium, wonderful. Couple pictures of the classrooms ready, set up, ready to go. Teachers all are in and unpacked and
it was amazing to see, Tom. The teachers have actually only had a few days and how many of them had those rooms all set up. I mean, I swear they must be bringing their sleeping bags and sleeping overnight because, I mean, I saw, and again, this is probably, I don't know when these pictures were taken, but
Tuesday.
Yeah, I was in rooms. All the bulletin boards are up. I mean, these teachers have been so anxious to get started. And it's truly beautiful. And I talked to one of the on-site leads for our contractor today. They've been having upwards between 60 and 100 people on that site. You can get a lot of work done when you put 100 people on a site.
On an elementary school.
Yeah. And so like Principal Coyle tells me, she literally watches significant progress from the beginning of the day to the end of the day. So,
and that's mentioning Principal Coyle. She's put in some incredible hours and pulled it together.
I think she told me she's on her 28th consecutive day right now.
Like 12 to 14-hour days. So
yeah, she was excited to have it, but I told her, you're going to need Labor Day weekend. You got to get some rest.
There's positives and negatives about living right next door. She can walk there.
I drive by this almost every day, and every day I want to curse out those flaggers, and I have to stop myself and say, "Oh wait, no, that's our school."
That's our school. Yeah.
But you're going to be done soon, right?
Just a picture of the bus loop real quick. That was kind of a big issue with the transportation. And this is the new intersection. We signalized the intersection at Southeast 44th. The city of Sammamish requires a 1-week test before we can go live with the light. And I think that test started yesterday or today. So it'll be next week before that's over. We'll have Sammamish Police Department officers at the intersection for the first couple of days of school, controlling it along with flaggers. And after that, Cougar Mountain Middle School.
Wow.
That's just a picture from the air, an aerial photo. The site always amazes me. When we get it further along, I'd like to take everyone up there and do a tour. It's different than any school we've ever built. It's a very interesting site and school.
And their first ever structured parking as well.
Yeah, exactly. Just I kind of take the same picture every time. There's a stationary pole camera that I take that picture and kind of to show progress. It's just a picture down on the covered plays, the big structure you see in front, the commons to the right, the admin and classroom wings form the L to the left. This is the structured parking garage that's going in. It's just 2.5 levels. Fits about 100 cars. They're just putting the brick skin on it right now. View from the main entrance looking in at the school and seeing the classroom wing on the left, the admin straight ahead, and that'll be the entrance right where the main entrance to the school on level 3 where you meet right there. Go back one. Right there, just from the field looking up at the north elevation of the school, you'll see just the stairwells, the different levels, gym, aux gym, everything on the bottom, commons up into the classrooms.
Are those outdoor stairways?
Yep. Okay. There's a large balcony that you can see across there that is off of the commons that will look out over the sports fields. So it's going to be beautiful. I hadn't been in the school in a little while due to some other things that I had going, and I went in. They've got lockers installed. They got flooring going in. Classrooms are being carpeted. A lot more finishes in than I had expected to see at that time. Science classrooms, flooring cabinets in. We've got restrooms with tile in, finishes going. High school number 4, we just finished up the SEPA comment period on Tuesday. We're working through those comments with the team, and we'll gather those all, review them against the information that was put out, see if there's any recommendations or considerations that come from those comments that will change our plan or revise how we go about it. And we will file our final mitigated determination of non-significance if that is indeed what comes from it. We're looking right now at starting construction spring of 22 and with a 24 opening. Maple Hills Elementary School, one of those tough little projects that we got into the bones of the building and replaced the HVAC system and the fire sprinkler system, which means you touch every space, every nook and cranny. It was another one of those that was a mess 2 days ago and is coming together and will be ready for students on Tuesday. So come together nicely. Just we put a new covered area and secure area so you can get from the gym into the classroom wing without being exposed to the elements and also being secure from the outside. And just they put new stairs risers on the stage. Beaver Lake Middle School, another one. We did a lot of work, HVAC replacement, a lot of ceilings pulled out, a lot of finishes being done. So the whole school was kind of torn apart. And Philip, my project manager, will be in there on Saturday putting it back together. So Monday morning, it'll be ready to go. It was kind of a mess. We've got a music room addition going on the southeast 32nd end of the building. And then in the back, we've got a covered play. That's a school that doesn't have a covered play. And so we're adding that. Issaquah High School Stadium project, we're still struggling with the city and trying to get the permits out of them. We're continuing to respond to all their questions, give them new parking counts, give them whatever information they need. It's a kind of a complicated project when you start changing adding number of seats in a stadium. You've got to have parking to match it. And parking in Issaquah is a very complex equation.
Oh, yeah.
So Holly Street Campus Early Learning Center, we got all our permits for that. We picked a contractor, CDK Construction was low bid. And we met with them on Tuesday and we will be starting that project. They're going to mobilize Monday, get that project started. We're looking at a spring, hopefully a February opening. Again, with COVID, we're struggling with lead times on things like HVAC equipment, the things that we have to get the project moving. And they're already on those submittals and getting them moving. So we'll look at there. Creek Bank, nothing changed. Just an ongoing project. And
waiting.
Liberty, I think one more slide. Liberty High School Stadium, probably the last time you'll see it. I'll drop it from the list. It's finally finished. Came out really nice. And I think they have their first game on the 2nd or 3rd or 4th, somewhere around there.
It's coming up.
Yep.
Yeah.
And they're excited.
Had an opportunity. We did our administrative kickoff this year at Liberty and got to walk down during lunch and really check out the new facilities at Liberty and just beautiful. So it was worth waiting for, patience.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And Sydney's schedule. So
we shouldn't really call it that.
No.
We all like it.
Yes. Any questions?
Sydney has a question.
I have a comment, and that last diagram, the last Gantt chart is is my diagram, because it is such an amazing amount of projects to be undertaking at the same time, to in the conditions we have with the supply chain issues we have. And so I don't know, a year you've been showing that Gantt chart, and every time I read it and I just think, my goodness, this is just an incredible amount of work. And so it is absolutely stunning to see these projects coming to completion. And so I just thank you and your team for that work, and just can't say enough about the amount of precision it takes to pull off what you've done and what you're doing.
Thank you.
Yeah. I have the privilege of driving by the temporary Cougar Mountain Middle School and got to see the nice blue and goldish kind of sign that declares it.
The
Cougar
school
Mountain
colors.
Middle School, that's right, for right now. Is everything all set for that school and the students that will be going there temporarily for the next few months?
Yeah, that was part of my original about everybody coming together. That kind of gets left out of the equation. I should have addressed it directly, but that school hadn't been used in 18 months. So when you leave a building empty, and between the Bellevue School District and in particular, which we thank very much for letting us use it, the team that
we're going to officially thank them here in just a few minutes, Tom.
Okay, good. That will that brought that school together. It is Erin and her team, custodians, everybody has brought that school, cleaned it up. I would suggest swinging by and seeing if you get an opportunity. They've done a fantastic job with.
Yeah, I plan to. As soon as school's been in session, give them a few days.
Yep.
I will get settled while they get it going. Then I'm gonna go stop by there and check out the school.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Hi again. Superintendent Thiele and I had the pleasure last week of visiting the Ringdahl campus for Cougar Mountain Middle School's very first staff training day. And, they're still doing some setup, but teachers were in their classrooms setting them up. They were looking like classrooms ready to teach. We were in several rooms where the teachers' teaching stations set up, document cam ready. There's some furniture moving happening, but Principal McKee and her staff have done just an amazing job of really developing a school community and driving home the concept that the school community is about the students, the parents, and the staff, and not 100% about the physical location or the building they occupy. And so they've just been working really hard. But I do want to give a shout out to Principal Erin McKee, because she has been working very hard, the core team of teachers as well, building that culture. And to see everyone come together in their very first staff training day was really spectacular, because you could see the bonding. And I'm excited for our community. I think we get our kids in there, they have a very special place. Now we're really excited to move into the new building, but for now, Ringdahl's working out really well for us. Both our grounds crew and Bellevue School District's grounds crew have been very responsive this week and doing some tidying up. And I think that's really going to help our community members, because, we have really nice schools in our district, and we work really hard to take care of them. And Ringdahl's a nice school too, but because it wasn't occupied all the time, we're kind of getting it a little more ready for prime time. And the Bellevue School District grounds and our grounds and our custodial crews have been doing amazing work to have that school ready to go next week. So, and our communications department, I talked with Director Ingalls. They'll be putting out a little video snippet here in the next few days with some staff interviews and some staff welcomes that'll give a nice glimpse of that campus as well.
I do have to agree with Executive Director Morris that we got to go up there. Their theme was they're approaching it like an outing. Camping, or let's go camping, I think was their theme. Literally, you know how these school people are. They had the banners and everything. But it was such a joy to get to be in front of that staff and our Cedar Trail staff, our two newest staffs in the system. But to hear Principal McKee say, this is Cougar Mountain, because Cougar Mountain is the students, the staff, and the family. It may be Cougar Mountain at Ringdahl, but it's Cougar Mountain. And it will be Cougar Mountain at Cougar Mountain Middle School. Of course, we anticipate the move in probably happening over the winter break. So I just thought I would clarify that too, for some of the public who are looking at Tom's slides. They're like, well, that school doesn't look like it's going to be ready on Tuesday if they've been on another planet or something. But it is coming together very well at both campuses. The construction on the one hand, under extraordinary circumstances, but the occupying of that building, which that building has quite a storied history. It's been every middle school in the Bellevue School District at one time or another. It's been Eastside Catholic. It's now Cougar Mountain Middle School. It's got a lot of use, actually. And I look forward to thanking the Bellevue School District here momentarily.
So anything else for Tom? Zoomies? No? Okay,
Thank you.
Thanks, Tom.
Thanks, Tom.
Okay, so as we alluded to, we were in need of a school, and CFO Cooper, through his network of other CFOs, spoke with his counterpart in Bellevue, who said, oh, we happen to have one, we'll loan it to you. And so I would appreciate a motion on this resolution.
I will do that, being the board member from Bellevue.
Yes.
I move the board adopt resolution 1169 in appreciation of the Bellevue School Board and the Bellevue School District as presented.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. And because it's short and because we appreciate people and because we're only an hour behind, I'm going to just go ahead and read it. So this is a resolution of the Issaquah School Board expressing gratitude and appreciation to the Bellevue School District. Whereas the Issaquah School District had planned to open the newly constructed Cougar Mountain Middle School on August 31st, 2021. However, construction delays pushed the start date out several months, whereas the Bellevue School District graciously offered Ringdahl Junior High School as an interim facility for the ISD's use. And whereas the Bellevue School District has allowed the ISD to temporarily transform Ringdahl Junior High School into Cougar Mountain Middle School, whereas the ISD will open Cougar Mountain Middle School on time and enjoy the temporary use of this building. Now, therefore, the Issaquah School Board resolves to formally recognize the Bellevue School District for their kindness and generosity in allowing Cougar Mountain Middle School to occupy Ringdahl Junior High, and the board calls on the students and families of our community to join us in this special commemoration. Comments, thoughts? We're good with it, right? Okay, so there's a motion in front of us. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? Okay, the motion passes. And I think Ron and I had talked about perhaps attending an upcoming Bellevue School Board meeting. And much as we'd like to give them muffins, it's probably more COVID friendly to do chocolates or something. But just to give them a small token of our appreciation and to publicly recognize them in their district rather than in ours, because they're probably not watching.
Right. Yeah. I now that this motion has passed or resolution has passed, I'll reach out to their superintendent, Dr. Jarvis. And because I love attending school board meetings, this will just be one extra one for us. And we'll make an arrangement and I'll coordinate with President Weaver so that we can go and formally thank them publicly. And maybe even we'll put this in a frame or something that we can give them. I did want to note just one thing, and they have just been wonderful to work with. So our friends and colleagues over there, I just can't appreciate them enough. Actually, the way this came about was our principal, Erin McKee, and her husband, who happens to be an administrator in the Bellevue School District, live right in that area. And so they drive by that. You know, I've been in Newport Hills more now in the last month and probably I have been in the previous 20 years. And her husband actually said, hey, you know, I don't think we're using Ringdahl this year. So it was actually the principal who discovered a school to put her kids in. So that's really stepping up. So and I guess just another example of the closeness that we have amongst our neighbors where we have administrators that are married couples in both districts. So really appreciative. And I look forward to, I truly do look forward to, you know, just calling Art and saying, hey, I'm going to come to your board meeting and give public input.
Oh, yeah. I strikes fear in the heart. Okay, so thank you very much for that. We're getting towards the end. Legislation, Director Gallinger.
As we get towards starting this next school year, I think that we need to schedule some meetings with our friends from the 41st to start. And I would love for us to think about at some point. I think we need to have the fact that we were one of the 12 school districts to not be made whole out of the 295 school districts in the state, and really need to communicate that and our displeasure with that and how it's impacted or limited rather our ability to serve our communities maybe in the ways that they would have liked us to have served them this year, and come up with some sort of communication to the state about that on behalf of our community.
Okay. Anything else?
No, I'm sure there's a bunch of WASDA updates that Marnie can provide, like changes in General Assembly, etc.
Yeah, so General Assembly was pushed out. Well, it's now moved to virtual and will be held at the end of October. So, and it actually had nothing to do with COVID. Well, it might have had something to do with COVID, but it was like a side impact was that we didn't have quorum. And so it was one of those things, and the hotel would not allow you to book any closer than 3 weeks before the event. So at the time, we had a board meeting this past Monday and made the determination to move that to virtual. And so we'll be doing that in October. So we moved a board meeting for nothing.
Yeah, but we don't need to move it back, do we?
No, we don't.
More confusing.
Yes, I do. I do believe it's more confusing than it's worth. So that's the biggest update for WASDA. We are still watching what's going to happen with annual conference. So at this point, the board wanted to wait because the mandates, the mask mandate for the state, just looking to see if things will come down very similar to how they came back down in September of last year, and whether or not we'll be able to maintain that. So
I think there's two things about that. One, I think we would have pushed to cancel. There would be many of us who would have pushed to cancel the General Assembly in person had we had quorum, because assembling a couple hundred people in Spokane County at the height of the pandemic is probably not the wisest choice. And two, I think that there is going to be a very robust conversation about a vaccine mandate with regard to annual conference.
Interesting. I was going to say annual conference this year is Bellevue, right?
is
Not
in
Spokane?
Bellevue, correct.
Okay, because I have to say, based on a handful of emails we've received from districts east of the mountains wanting us to join with them in defying the mask mandate, I'd be a little concerned about going to conference on that side of the mountains right now. So, yeah.
Why very few districts had registered from Western Washington. So the other thing is our regional meeting that was scheduled for the end of September, beginning of October is now a hybrid meeting. So
yeah, so you'll be able to decide to go if you'd like to, or we'll do it via Zoom as well. And so it was nice that WASDA is going to be able to do that. Now, the important thing about the WASDA regional meeting now, we have made a shift. So that is where the nominations for board of directors, WIIA, all of that will occur, legislative committee, resolutions, and nominate committee. I think those are the 5 things. So that will happen at the regional meeting. And I think, how is voting? I can't remember, my brain's phasing. So the voting will occur online, and then we'll be able to make the announcements at annual conference.
Okay. Do we have the dates for the regional meeting yet?
It's somewhere in October. We're late compared
to. It might
to,
even be on my calendar. You know, it's been that kind of month. October 18th.
It is not on. my calendar.
Nope. Okay. Okay, so October 18th.
Yeah, I'm almost there too.
It's October 6th.
October 6th.
Yes, and it is not on, it's not on our agenda yet.
No,
or
it's,
not
that
on our
one's not. I
calendar.
don't
I have to lead it, so I know what the date is.
You should have just asked the guy who was going to lead it.
I just have been ignoring. I'm like, all the emails that have come about the nomination process and this and that, and I'm like, I'm just there as the NSBA liaison. I don't have to do all that.
Okay. Anything else on legislation, or we're good? Oh,
No, I did want to say one thing. I guess legislation is probably the closest way to talk about it. So at the Thursday networking calls, WASDA's handling those again. They talked about the fact that there is no insurance available this year that will cover communicable diseases. So last year this year there is none. So if there were any claims made against the district for not adhering to the Department of Health guidelines, there's no insurance, no risk pool would cover that.
So we'd better adhere to those guys.
So we'd better adhere.
We're
to
going to
those
be
guidelines.
adhering to those guys.
I kind of thought we were.
I think we've said that maybe 20 times
Many
tonight.
times. So
You know,
one
I don't think
additional
we could say
reason
it
is
enough.
that there's no
Okay.
risk pool benefit for us.
And the other thing, because I listened in on the networking call as well, is that they indicated that basically board members are also required to adhere to the vaccination requirement. And so I would expect the district to expect that of us as well. And as far as I know, we're
you
all
mean the
vaccinated.
staff
Yes.
mandate?
We've already got you.
Yes. And that's
If you had
to
your shots
receive
with
your
us.
stipend. So you would
Right.
not be
Well, I
allowed.
didn't,
Yeah.
but-
So
Yeah.
I
What
think
was that?
if you had your shot at our clinic, even one of them,
Yeah.
you're already covered. You're already in our system. But I realize, President Weaver, you had your shot outside of our
Yeah.
system.
So what do I need to do?
Just contact Donna. We'll walk you through the process.
And that's to collect your $50 meeting stipend. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to collect it.
Right.
No, but it's fine. I mean, I've been back.
Compared to, did you know that in Florida, the school directors make $35,000 a year?
Wow. No.
Yeah, well, somebody's
And
got
their
to.
governor said you don't get to collect that if you have mandatory mask mandates.
Yeah, well,
Well, we
that's why we don't live in.
That's
We
right.
don't
But I just wanted to
Florida.
mention it because I just want to say we are under that same requirement to be vaccinated. Just go with that as the rest of the staff here. And we will abide by that.
Okay. So we're good? Yes. Okay. Now everybody's favorite topic. WASDA's Board of Distinction. And in the tradition of not wanting to be the board president that lets this one die, I am going to assume that our board wants to apply for this yet again. Am I not seeing any head shake? No, Marnie's shaking her head up and down. That's good.
Up and down, not no.
No,
I'm nodding.
I realized after I said it, shaking goes both ways. Okay, so it is due by December 18th.
September,
What did I say?
December.
Oh, wishful
I
thinking.
know.
Oh, September 18th. That's coming up.
September
Yeah.
18th, which is coming up. But divide and conquer, we can do this. And I am happy to fill out all the junk in the front. I am looking for volunteers. Usually we do this in pairs. There is a section on closing opportunity gaps, and there is a section on meeting one of 3 Washington State benchmarks, standards/benchmarks. Do I have anyone that would just love to address the opportunity gap?
I think we'll definitely need some staff help on that one for sure, because we'd have to be talking about how we've shifted our testing since, amazingly, do you realize that we will have no children in our elementary schools that have ever done an SBAC test?
Wow.
Oh.
Yep. They didn't do it last year as 4th graders. So the 5th graders didn't do it as 4th graders and they didn't do it as 3rd graders. And there are no SBAC testing before 3rd grade. So it's crazy.
Yeah.
So I think whoever would focus them on that, please don't be me, please don't be me. I will volunteer if somebody will join me in trying to put that together, but I think we'll need staff help to really
You'll
identify
likely
that.
want to sit with Executive Director Mellish, and he can help you with that as well.
Okay.
I was going to flip it around and say that I would be happy to work on one of the benchmarks. And I would also be happy because I've done this in the past of serving as final editor. Dr. Gallinger likes to give me things that are 30 words too long and suggests that I find them. So I am happy, well, happy is a strong word, but I am willing to do either of those things. I would prefer not to do the opportunity gap one. If someone else would just love that.
I'll work on the opportunity gap.
Okay.
Oh, thank you.
Now, I will have to have it finished by the 10th because I'm out the week that it's due.
Is that you volunteering to be the person working on it?
I think that was her volunteering to help you with it.
To partner with you.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure I heard it correct.
Yeah.
After your subliminal message.
Okay.
By the
Okay.
10th.
So I'm going to write it down before you guys back out that Sydney/Marnie are addressing the opportunity gap.
And I can help you do the benchmark.
See, that would work out so well. Anne and Suzanne doing benchmark. And Harlan is smiling.
Well, I think he might be a little busy these days.
Yeah, well, I'm kind of remembering, I think he did the opportunity gap last year.
I was just about to say, can you send last year's submission?
I was thinking that same thing.
Wait, what did she say?
If Harlan can send last year's submission.
Oh, I might have it too.
Yeah.
If he doesn't.
Yeah.
I'm sure I can.
We
You know
have
what?
it.
I will come up with
Yeah.
last year's submissions and just send the whole thing out to
Right.
everybody. Because, yeah, that's a really good point, Marnie.
It's been
And
the last couple of years because the opportunity gap's on there all the time.
Yeah,
yes, it is.
and we have them.
And the standard benchmark change, and Ann and I will figure out which one we like.
Well, that's the easy one. You guys choose the easier when it's financial. How do you do your finances to meet board goals? Like,
I don't think they're not financial this year. There's
it is.
One is the budget,
Yeah.
adopting and monitoring an annual budget.
Okay, that's not the one I was going to go with, but we'll see. Anyway, we'll
We
come
can
up
work
with
on it.
something. It'll be good. All right, no whispering. I can't hear you on that side. Okay, so anything else on boards of distinction? Okay, it's only 9:45 and we're at works in progress. And no, you don't have to be quick. You can take your time.
I actually have some really exciting stuff to share. So first, I got this letter about 5 days ago from OSPI and OSPI Superintendent Chris Reichdahl. And we've had this before, but it just felt really good. Again, I'll just read one sentence. This is in recognition for exceptional results for the past 2 years. The results in your district have been outstanding on your annual school bus inspection. So we are being recognized again for having 2 consecutive years of outstanding bus inspection results from our Washington State Patrol bus inspections. So I think our community can feel really reassured that we have an amazing group in transportation. I'm so thankful to them for passing transportation levies over the course of my career that has allowed us to build up a wonderful fleet of buses that are very, very well maintained by our mechanics. And as you heard tonight, we've also equipped 96 of those buses with video camera paddles. So I was pleased to be able to share this with Director Zawardo in transportation and passed along the gratitude of myself and the board to our mechanics and staff who accomplished that. I did want to share that I recently okayed a 1-year change to our athletic eligibility policy or regulation to align with the current WIA practice. I will tell you, I've only authorized this for this 1 year And the thinking behind it is, as you know, grade checks are an important part of being eligible to perform in athletics. And grades for your fall sports were based on last year's grades. And as you know, last year was a little bit wonky in terms of how we were delivering education to our high school students. And so I didn't have as much confidence in the system, and I didn't want to be denying any student the opportunity to participate in an athletic or a WIA event. So the reason that I put a 1-year limit on this is because I've asked Executive Director McCormick to, during the course of this year, I would like to look at that and see, is this a policy change we would want to make? Because there is some rationale for the policy change to align. Where the main difference is the academic eligibility standard for WIA must be passing 6 of 7 or 7 of 8. And we currently do not allow any participation with any failing grade. So that's really the difference there. And I'll be honest with you, I'm not 100% sure how I feel about it. So I said, given that we had a different grading system in place last year, I can justify this move, but I want to look at it closer. So here's what I want to look at. I've asked, and Executive Director McCormick is asking all of our ADs, when they do grade checks, I want them to disaggregate the grade check to see who is not been made eligible and go back and do it for the past as well. The implication being that there's as you know, we have opportunity gaps in our system. And we know that, for example, our African-American students and our Latinx students don't graduate at the same high rates as our white and Asian students. We know that we have higher discipline, although we've made good inroads in reducing that opportunity gap or narrowing it. We see higher suspension rates, for example, in some groups of students. The feeling is, are we seeing that in who's being denied access to athletics as well? So we're going to have an opportunity to look more closely at that, but in the meantime, adopt and align with. And actually, I think we're the only Kinko schools that have a standard that's higher than the WIA standard. But so I just wanted to inform the board of that. I'm also including our equity department in these discussions as well. And again, so that will be some ongoing work. I just have to say it again. Kindergarten is back at Grand Ridge Elementary starting next Tuesday. That's a big lift. Thank you again, voters, for approving a bond that allowed us to build more capacity in our elementary system so we could do that. I wanted to touch on some of the staff professional development that has occurred at our kickoff. We had keynote speaker, Dr. Jenna Rufo, on inclusive practices. That is a big push. And in fact, our pilot school, all-inclusive pilot school, is Cedar Trails Elementary School. The staff was actually formed around the philosophy of inclusion. And Dr. Rufo spoke to both our elementary and secondary staff, and it was kind of an interactive, and we have had her here for our administrative team, but it was great that, and we did it in a hybrid fashion where we were at Liberty High School, but we only had 4 elementary schools for the elementary in the auditorium and 3 schools for the secondary in the auditorium, because we wanted to keep it. So we were looking at about 150 to 200 people in that 600 seat auditorium. And then the rest was out on YouTube. We were live streaming it. So we hybrided our professional development kickoff, but it was wonderful to be in a room and hear the energy with our teachers and how they are leaning into and embracing the idea of inclusive practices. And that was work that started before the pandemic. We kept it going, but it was hard to keep these initiatives going when there was so much else going on. So we're anxious to be able to reinvigorate that work this coming year. So we're excited about that. We and I got to give some kudos here to Executive Director of High Schools, Andrea McCormick. The team, she led a group, and Executive Director Morris came to me and said, you know, the board really changed EL 12 and we have some work to do. And one of the things that we need to do is we need to get some data. So a number of our secondary schools have already done this. Some will be doing it in the coming weeks. We put out a secondary grading practices survey by department as the first step on gathering data for our new monitoring of EL 12. If you recall, the board is wanting continuity and consistency among departments and among schools. And that's two kind of problems there. It's one thing to align all the math teachers in a school. It's another thing to align all the math teachers across the district. And so this is a sneaky way for us to, one, put EL 12 in front of all of our teachers and have them read it and understand what the request is. Two, reflect on their personal grading practices, those of the department, and then share with us the consistency or inconsistency that they see. And so we can gather that data, and then we'll be able to look across the system and be able to compare and contrast the various departments and then begin the work of getting that consistency and continuity together. There's other verbiage in there too, as we are regrounding people in the best practices of grading, and we still have our grading leads out in the building. This is all back from our work that we did with Thomas Gusky and Myron Dewick. So I just want the board to know the work on looking at the new EL 12 has already begun. I wanted to share that I am doing a Como news interview, that's television news interview, Monday morning at 10 o'clock. This is a story about the reopening of the school year, the opening of the school year. They recently Kent opened today. So they did an interview of their new superintendent, Dr. Israel, today, or a couple of days ago, and they're going to do a similar thing with me on Monday. I wanted to note, kind of on a sad note, but I'm happy for the individual. You might have noticed on the consent agenda tonight, Assistant Communications Director Devin Felix will be departing the district. Tomorrow is actually his last day. The video that we dropped today is his last ISD video. I've really appreciated Devin and the work that he's done as he's kind of pushed forward our use of film and videography as a communication tool. Devin came to us from the Tacoma School District. He's headed back to the Tacoma School District, so he's going to be one of their boomerang administrators. They created a solely video, they're a little larger district than us, and a sole video productions job that was really appealing to him. Plus, he has connections in his life down in the Olympia and South Pierce County area like that. So for him, it's just more convenient, kind of family-friendly location as well. He loves working here. He loved working with Leisha and Beth in the communications department. But, when you can take a lot of commuting and stuff like that out of your life, it's nice. So wish Devin the very best. And who knows, maybe he'll boomerang back here someday too. We mentioned earlier the Cedar Trails ribbon cutting Monday morning. I know the board received an Outlook calendar invite for that. I will note this is not a public event. We're not inviting a large group there. We've got the core team of the school and the board. We're going to keep this fairly low key, but we can't open a brand new school without at least cutting a ribbon. And we will have the communications. Oh, yeah, you will be able to go through the school. Absolutely. We're just not, you've done enough ribbon cuttings to remember the throngs of people out there, the cutting the ribbon, the masses coming in. It won't be that. It'll basically be us. Yes, we'll be able to go in and tour the school a bit, but we're not inviting the public at this point. I will tell you, Principal Coyle was like, because she's just been working tirelessly, she was like, oh, thank God I don't have to do a big speech. And I said, hold on, We're going to do a building dedication. That's just going to come. We'll do that a little later. And we tend to do those a little later into the school year as well. And hopefully we'll be at a more COVID friendly time as well. So we're excited to do that. And then I just have to share this because this came completely out of the blue and as a surprise to me. You might recall a couple of years ago, we got the same surprise when Forbes magazine does its annual top employers by state. And the Issaquah School District actually rised. We were number 7 of top employers in Washington State. So if I could just share who we're sharing the stage with. Costco Wholesale is number 1. Microsoft is number 2. Apple is 3. Delta Airlines is 4. Washington State University, that one gives me a little heartburn, number 6. The Issaquah School District as number 7. Regents Blue Shield is 8. United, UPS as 9. And Starbucks is 10. That's pretty amazing that we're the only school district that's been there. And I say that because frankly, you all joined me last year in some fairly contentious community conversations and some struggles we had. But if you recall, this is a phone polling sampling process they use. I read about it 2 years ago when they did it. And essentially, when they're reaching people who know someone who has worked for the Issaquah School District, works for the Issaquah School District, has a family member, they must be saying some pretty positive things about us in order to make that list. So I couldn't be prouder of the organization. We're still a top 10 employer in Washington State and the only public institution, public school district. You know, we got the Cougars are in there, but that's, you know, I got to give them props where I can. So, but anyway, that was really exciting news for us. And again, completely randomly out of the blue, we know nothing about it. It just happens. It shows up, and it was in a news article. That's how we found it. So anyway, lots of really great stuff going on in the district, and just very, very excited for the opening of school. I will confess, I do have some nervousness because obviously we have the Delta variant out there, and that's not anything to take lightly, but I have a tremendous amount of confidence in our community and in my staff. I just keep telling them, if anybody can do this, we can do it, and we'll do it as well as anybody. And we'll lead and manage through what comes. But we're excited. The enthusiasm level is as high as I've ever felt it, students and staff alike. So we're looking forward to Tuesday morning. I mean, we've got some work tomorrow and Monday as well, and there'll be work happening through the weekend, I can assure you, but all in all, we'll be ready to go Tuesday morning.
Oh, that's a lot of good stuff.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And that was all I had. Thanks.
Okay, announcements and correspondence, they're attached to the agenda. Did anyone have anything they needed to add? I know Ann and I found a couple that went to individual board members, but it looked like they went to all of us. So Diane is acknowledging.
I didn't check to see if it was in there. I received a paper letter in the mail. Did we all receive that? And that could, is that one in there?
I don't
Okay.
remember getting a paper.
I did.
From M. Williams regarding Providence,
Oh, maybe we did.
high school for.
Yeah, okay. All right, thank you. Anything else from my Zoomies? I can't believe Sydney's still hanging in there. You need to go to bed. Okay, calendar and future agenda topics. Intra-district student council meeting, which I assume is in person, either 4 p.m. before the Tuesday 9/21 board meeting or 4 p.m. before the Thursday 10/14 board meeting. And Diane, I'm assuming that they're going to pick the date, not us.
They want to do what is best for you.
Oh, isn't that nice?
So they were trying to see both of those dates.
Okay, so this is the meeting, as I think you all know, where we meet with the inter-district student council reps and talk to them about what it's like to come to a board meeting and what we expect of them and what they can expect of us and what an agenda looks like and what the heck is policy governance and all the things. I think Ann and I have done this many times. Happy to pass it off to somebody else if they would like to meet with the students. Anyone want to? Anyone have availability?
It's just September is hugely busy with me being out.
I mean, I can do it. I just was offering to share the joy.
Yeah, I could do the 10:14, but I can't do the 9:21 because I'm actually missing that board meeting.
Oh, okay. You'll have to remind me of that when it's closer to the date and I'm thinking about it.
I mean, I could do the 9:21 if we feel it's important, because they don't come to our September meetings, but they come to our October meetings, correct?
Yes.
So I mean, I could, because I'm not doing anything else on the 21st.
Okay. Unless, did anyone else, did one of my Zoomies want to do it? I got to stop calling you that, but it's kind of fun.
I just want to clarify though, that this year as well, while we're still in the height of this, they will still Zoom in while we are in person. That's
I
a
do not
question.
know.
That's entirely up to what we think should happen. So if that's what we believe should happen, we can certainly make that happen.
Yeah, I'm fine with
Although
that.
they're high school students, so theoretically they could be vaccinated.
I think the
Again, I think
difference-
it's about mitigating risk. And so any undue exposure that's unnecessary, I just don't think it's necessary for them.
That could be one of the things we talked to them about, that maybe at least for the short term, they should Zoom in.
Yeah, I also think that it allows us to have more spacing up here on the dais.
Right.
That's
Although
true.
they could be like
That's
before
true.
they were out in the front. But
Yeah, although
doing
it
the
gives
Zoom
Stephen
is fine.
headaches.
Yeah.
I've got to put the camera where?
Mhm.
Oh, my phone just said it's time to go to bed. So Marnie, you and I? On the 21st? Okay. 4 o'clock. And it's right before the board meeting, so you're kind of here anyway. Also, we have an appeal to schedule. I only need 3, and Diane is going to send out a whatchamacallit? Doodle. A doodle. See, my brain shuts down at 10. This is bad. Okay. I have for several years been attending Ron's monthly meeting with the PTSA Council President, along with members of his staff. I am happy to continue doing that unless someone else wants to jump on the bandwagon. But it just sort of feels like once a year I should ask you guys if it's still okay that I do it. Okay with me? Okay, sensing no objections to that. There are some other things on here that I think have already been discussed, and you guys all get this email, right? So I don't think we have to go through those. And Diane wanted to just note to us that the BEA compliance report was going to be on this agenda, and it will be on the September 9th consent agenda instead, because it was determined that they had more time than they thought. And that's all I have. Does anybody have anything else for calendaring or future agenda? Going once, going twice.
I do think just on the agenda stuff, and we can have a conversation. Maybe this is another retreat. We've talked in the past about what we want student reps to do. And because of COVID, we're going another year without really kind of redeciding that. So maybe we can figure out a course of action this year that we can do with the students as we have them.
I think that would be an awesome idea. We do have that retreat coming up in August. Gosh, I can't get my months. October. Because August already happened, I'm pretty sure. And that could absolutely be on our agenda. Because I agree. I think, I love having students here. I love hearing what they have to say. But I think there's this feeling that, oh yeah, I come, I talk to the board for 5 minutes, I go home. And there's a lot more that I would like to glean from our student reps and figure out how to make that work. I think it would be nice if there were more continuity with the reps, but of course that means fewer people get to do it. So then you have to have a whole selection process. But yeah, this is something we can talk about at the retreat. Anything else for the good of the order? Going once, going twice, finding my